everybody, and welcome to the podcast show. And for some strange reason, on my cell phone here, it shows us we're live, but in the YouTube studio over here, it doesn't. I don't know what the heck is going on.
Huh.
That is kind of strange. Hopefully everybody can hear us and see us on YouTube. If you can, please leave a comment down below or in the chat box, one of the two, because this is kind of weird for this not to happen. And I don't know why. But we're back.
Hey, Gloria.
Let me see that. Gloria, can you see us on YouTube? Are we coming through? Because it shows on my phone, but for some reason in my studio, it's not working. And I have no clue why. Which is kind of strange. But I'm going to try to fix it. But yes, we are back. Okay, good. Because for some reason, how I normally used to do it is that I would have the studio appear on another monitor, and it's not coming through, which is kind of ridiculous. I don't know why, but yes, we are back. Sorry for the hiatus from last, what was it, August, I believe?
Yeah.
That we weren't available. Everything was going goofy. Financially, we got crushed. There we go. Yay! Financially, we got crushed in a lot of ways, shape, and form. Health-wise, it started to go downhill a bit. We got the flu, I don't know how many times, in September, October, November, and December. But we got our financial situation straightened out, and we are back for episode 80. Thank goodness. Outside of that, the podcast kitty's been doing very well. I got kind of pissed off. What was it? November, was it?
Yeah.
Of the hometown tree lighting parade.
Yeah.
I got pissed off. And I don't think I'll be going to it again if they have it this year in 2024. On the community website page, it said that the fireworks would go off at 8 o'clock at night. The festivities were supposed to start at 2 p.m. Not a whole lot of people showed up downtown at 2. We were down there, I think, 1?
Yeah.
1 o'clock all the way up to the time that the tree lighting and parade was supposed to start. And at 8 o'clock at the end, the fireworks were supposed to go boom. No. They set the damn fireworks off at the tree lighting, where the fireworks go off and the tree just lights up. False advertisement? Yes.
Yeah.
Piss people off? Yes. Outside of that, instead of going the usual route of coming down one street to where the tree is and going off a little to your left, or to your right, I'm sorry, to your right, they decide to swip the flitch and go fucking left. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, fuck 'em. Yeah. Pissed me the fuck off. I could not believe it. Then everybody was running to the opposite side. Me, I have my camera, a fucking tripod, and I'm trying to find a spot where I can get everything and have another little handheld camera, try to get everybody that goes by us that goes that direction. Why my camera's facing that direction, getting everybody come this way. I hate them. Then a week later, I found out that Vermont is now doing the same thing.
Yeah.
They're having a home tree and lighting parade. that should be interesting whenever we get up there.
Mm.
Outside of that, we're only streaming on YouTube for right now. Facebook, as you guys have been seeing, I've been putting up the podcast videos in order, finally, but it's a bitch to get them uploaded to our Facebook page, so I will continue doing that until the last one, and then I will probably see if I can transfer this one and just post it over onto our Facebook page so you guys can see it on Facebook. Other than that, I am Paramike. That gothic lovely lady over there, her name is...
I'm Paralore.
Yes, and we are back. And we've been doing a lot since September.
Yeah.
And outside of not doing podcast shows for that long, you've been digging into a lot of stories.
Mm-hmm.
I've got like 4, because all the other ones don't really interest me. And then she reminds me, oh yeah, we got dreams to continue. Holy shit, I forgot. I think the last one we left off was the entire A's of dreams, and now we're on B's. This is going to be fun. Outside of that, I thought I was going to have a very special guest, like I said on Facebook in a post. Fortunately, that person had to back out. Something came up and everything, and hopefully that person will contact me back, let me know when they're free, and then we'll have another guest on our show, just like we had back on episode 38 with Alan Wright. So hopefully this will work.
Mm.
And the funny part is that she contacted us early this morning, and yes, it is a female. Contacted us early this morning, wanted to be on a show. She was all excited, and then, of course, well, things happen in the paranormal universe.
Yep.
And everything. So it's like, okay, not a problem. Whenever you have time, feel free. Happy paranormal hunting, and be safe. So that's awesome. Our Facebook page has been growing with a lot of followers. We're up to like 300 and something. I can't remember off the top of my head. YouTube here, we're up to 23, which is awesome. Come on. Keep coming. Keep coming. Outside of that, due to the fact that we live next door to a very well-known building here in the city, is also haunted. Paranormal investigators have been coming in almost week after week after week doing paranormal investigations, and what's ever over there is coming here now since September. So September, October, November, December, January, things have been nuts. So I ended up purchasing for Paralore on her wonderful phone an app called Spirit Talker. Holy shit, that thing does not shut up. Literally.
Best $4 I ever paid.
Mm-hmm.
And it works.
Yes, it does. Outside of that, one night she came up with an idea, says, hey, you got some free apps on your phone. Why don't we use that as well? Plus you have a brand new DVR, digital voice recorder, which I'm glad that she allowed me to get, because the RCA is shot to hell. And we've caught in a lot of good stuff time to time. Other than that, it's just like nothing, except for her Spirit Talker app just blabbing. And then I set up my own handheld cameras that I have just to capture everything, and I have it on the podcast computer's desktop and everything. I had to format them, and holy crap, there was a question she asked, and I can't remember off the top of my head, but she got the word yes right after her question, it was like, pow! I was like, you gotta be fucking me. I was like, wow. But every other question is like, the Spirit Talker app decides to go a different direction. You know, it said anarchy, I believe, right?
Hierarchy.
Hierarchy. Thank you. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? So Paralore explained it to me, and we keep on asking that question over and over and over again, and we just don't get shit.
Well, I've gotten so tuned into working with it, I can decipher the answers now.
You can.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good.
I am an empath.
And then, what was it, a week ago today, or was it a week ago from yesterday?
I don't know.
That Gizmo, one of our other podcast kiddies, sorry they weren't in the intro, their picture on the computer's all screwed up, decided to flip out to the point where he didn't know where the fuck he was. And this was just like, I think like 2:15 in the morning. We were just about to go take a siesta.
Mm-hmm.
And then we ended up having to do an investigation. So that's what we've been doing. We've been doing our own investigations here in our place of living and everything. And I kind of pitched this to Paralore, but she's a little on it. Where all the videos I have and all the EVPs I had, if I put them all together, would you guys want to see it on our YouTube channel, and see what you guys can make out of that we may have missed? So if that's something you want to see, leave the comment down below. I'll put it up if I can.
Yeah.
But don't worry, we'll be doing more. Because, let's see, we did one earlier this morning.
Yeah, in the office, and it was...
Yeah, we did one right
dead.
here and everything, and wasn't really popping as much. Except when I was using my SLS thermal cam, which I had to use another camera to just record it. Oh, look at that. Okay, well, we got one that wants to see it. I'll work on it. It wasn't really much going on in here whatsoever, but on the other side of the wall, that direction, Paralore has what she calls an altar. And it used to be this giant-sized mirror, and I went to clean it one day, and, well, the damn thing broke, and I had to throw it out. So we decided to do a investigation on that, but unfortunately the video got corrupted.
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit, what the fuck? So I lost all that footage. Thermal cam, same thing, I lost footage of that. So now I legitimately have to use another cell phone with an SLS on it, have that stay charged while I use my other phone, this one right here, to record the thermal images on there. And what let me see. What really disturbs me, and I still can't put my finger on it, is that on the SLS thermal, you could see a stick figure on an SLS camera.
Yeah.
In here, where Paralore sits, which is always her side, her skeleton was nice and calm, which is kind of weird to me. But yet, if she stands in front of her altar and does the investigation there, of course, comes through her app. You got portal, you got window, you got doorway. I was like, what the fuck? And her skeleton is bebopping away, trying to punch her camera, trying to punch the DVR, and her candles. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? It's just bebopping away like a boxer. And then, as she's facing her altar, her skeleton decides to go like this to face me. I'm like, what the hell? I was like, okay. I don't understand how that works. In here it's calm, but out there it goes bananas.
I don't know.
So I'll try to get that again so you guys can actually see her skeleton being nice and calm, which I do have on the cell phone. I haven't uploaded it to the computer yet. And then I'll do another one where you guys can see her skeleton bebopping, and somebody please explain to me how the hell that happens. Between in here being calm, cute, cool, and collective as a cucumber and relaxed to in front of her altar. It's nuts. What do you got? Huh?
I don't know.
I know. If those videos didn't get corrupted, I wanted to show you them, but it was like, corruption, what the fuck? Actually, wait a minute. Let me see something. If it works, I don't know. I might be able to do it if this is correct. Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, these ones are just 3 minutes and 21 seconds. So let's see if I can share it. I actually have one video that actually works, so let's see if I can do it. So our moderator can see it. Oh, no, wait. I got to do it the other way. Yeesh. Hopefully I can do it. There, I went to the wrong screen. Figures. I open it over here and it comes over this direction. Pause, stupid. This thing's goofy. Alright, let me put it back over here. Let's see if I can do it again. Go away. Wait a minute, what just happened? Oh, okay. We're got a bit of a delay here on YouTube. There we go. Now let's see if I can do this. Share. Come on. There you are. Alright. This is the thermal SLS camera that I was using. And this was from the 26th of last month. I lost you. Are we back?
Yeah, we're back.
Okay. Well, because this is what she said. I lost you. You're back. LOL. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done something like this. But this right here is what I did on the 26th of last month. And everything, and this is the SLS Ghost Tube thermal camera that I was using. And now the glows that you're seeing are all of her candles that are all lit up. There's a camcorder right there. There's the digital recorder right below the camera in that little black spot right there. And there is audio, so I'm going to play it. You let me know what you see and what you hear. Okay. Now there's her skeleton facing me and now facing the altar. Now just keep your eyes on it and watch what it does. Guess I wasn't really that good with the small camera, but I was trying to get at least all of it in. But as you can see, her skeleton is bebopping away. And of course, there's an orb. And as you can see, her arms are straight down. And this thing is bebopping like crazy. As you see, it's facing me now. And she's still facing the altar. Could somebody please explain that? Because that's crazy. I've never seen something like that before. Never. And don't mind those little pop-ups in my finger. It does that. As you can still see, her arms are still down by her side, while her skeleton arms are bebopping away and trying to punch shit. And this is the first time I'm showing Paralore this, so she can actually see what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And please explain this to me. How is that possible?
I don't know.
Because to me, it absolutely makes no damn sense whatsoever for this to keep happening. It's crazy. And this is what our moderator just says. Could it be a spirit attachment? Not her skeleton, but showing a spirit. That was in the back of my head at first, but I don't know.
It looks like the way it's moving. It looks like a spirit attachment.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if I did have one.
I mean, your arms are straight down until you moved it up, but it's straight down. But the skeleton arm is still up and trying to box the candle. Excuse me. I don't know if her skeleton spirit was a boxer back then, but I don't know. It's just weird. It is so fucking weird and laughable, by the way, but it's fucking weird and I can't come up with a reason. I mean, I've watched so many other people use this type of system on investigations showing their own skeleton, but their skeleton doesn't do bebops. Or face away from the altar to look at you and then go back and start punching shit. Or trying to grab stuff.
Look below.
Huh? Oh. If it was Paralore, the skeleton would be moving as she moved. I know. But as you just saw, it was facing me. And the other part is that you can see the full extended legs below it, but right in front of me, about maybe a little bit higher of her waist, is our sofa couch.
Yeah.
But it's showing straight full legs all the way down. And that was weird. Very weird to me. I was like, this should not be even possible. Her legs should not be showing skeletons due to the fact it was blocked by a big fluffy chair. So that's crazy. Really, really crazy. Yeah, what happened? Okay, my YouTube studio's being goofy again. But okay, we're good.
Let's see. I'm gonna start with 90 surprisingly dark facts about Disney characters. Why? Because I feel like it. And I really don't give a fuck. Number 1. Who shot Bambi's mother? The hunter responsible for the demise of Bambi's mother was originally credited as Man. But an early draft of Who Framed Roger Rabbit was going to reveal that her killer was in fact none other than Judge Doom.
From Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Yep.
Yeah, that was Christopher Lloyd.
Yeah, I know that.
I think that was hilarious when he did that.
I know, but it's saying that in an early draft of Who Framed Roger Rabbit, it was going to be revealed that her killer was in fact Judge Doom. Number 2, she had the first word. The first villain to actually speak in a full-length Disney cartoon was the evil queen in Snow White. Not first villain, or first female character, first voice ever. Her wicked words were slave in the magic mirror. Come from the farthest space, through wind and darkness I summon thee. Speak, let me see thy face. That's not what everybody fucking knows from that movie. But that's what it was.
Okie dokie. Next.
So that was a major edit. Frozen. Frozen had a completely different villain. Initially, creators planned to have Elsa as the evil Snow Queen, comparable to other white-haired greats like Cruella de Vil and Ursula. However, the musical number Let It Go, eye roll, was a total game changer. After hearing the lyrics, the writers completely rejigged the plot to make her the beloved anti-hero of our dreams. Not mine. Yes, I am not a Disney person.
Ain't that the case?
Number 4, The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Frollo was actually a man of God. In Victor Hugo's novel The Hunchback of Notre Dame, Frollo is a Catholic priest. For the Disney adaptation, the screenwriters made him into Judge Claude Frollo, the Minister of Peace, as not to offend any religious sensibilities. Okay, this one could get a few Snickers here. A famous drag queen inspired Ursula. Ursula from The Little Mermaid was inspired by the iconic drag queen and John Waters' muse, Divine. Unfortunately, Divine did not live to bring Ursula to life himself, as she passed on in 1988.
Now, someone would say something about that, but unfortunately, that person's not here with us. He probably would disagree, or something in that nature of effect.
Peter Pan, the 1953 version. Captain Hook and George Darling are oddly connected. The same actor voices two characters from Peter Pan. No shit. Hans Conried is the voice behind both Captain Hook and George Darling. No duh. You can tell. And we can't deny that there are some obvious similarities here. Snow White again, the evil witch reigns supreme.
How dare they take away your title and your position? What the fuck? Bastards?
The Queen from Snow White was ranked number 10 on the villains portion of AFI's 100 Greatest Heroes and Villains list. To give you a sense of how wicked that is, she beat Michael Corleone from The Godfather by one spot. And we go to Aladdin. Only one princess kissed a villain. Poor Jasmine really took one for the team, but she tried to save Aladdin by locking lips with the evil Jafar. In fact, she is the only princess to kiss a villain. I think people already know that. Just by watching the movie.
Barf.
Tarzan. Tarzan's family betrayal. In Disney's 1999 adaptation of Tarzan, we know little of Clayton. Beyond that, he really wants to hunt those gorillas. In the original Tarzan books by Edgar Rice Burroughs, however, Clayton is revealed to be Tarzan's paternal cousin. The Disney version of Clayton doesn't resemble much of the literary Clayton, but beyond sharing the same name. But it's good to know that after all these years, Disney still doesn't shy from kinslaying.
Okay.
Another one for The Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid almost lost its iconic song.
Let me guess. Under the Sea?
No.
Oh, damn.
One of the film's best songs, Part of Your World, Yank, almost didn't make the final cut. During the test screening, a child in the audience dropped his popcorn, making the chairman of Walt Disney Studios worry that the song was too boring. Luckily, the rest of the staff disagreed and saved the day for all of us.
I bet.
Tangled. An unprecedented exploration. Technically speaking, Mother Gothel is the first Disney villain to die on screen of old age. If people didn't know that already, They really did not pay attention.
I don't think they had the brain cells for it.
Frozen again. Rapunzel and Flynn Rider are in Frozen. If you keep your eyes peeled while watching Frozen, you may notice a brief appearance of Tangled's main characters, Rapunzel and Flynn Rider. You can see them here, or see them there entering the castle for Elsa's coronation.
Okay.
Monsters, Inc.
Oh, come on. If they're going to attack that, I'm going to be pissed.
Animating Sully took forever. In Monsters, Inc., Sully is a massive blue monster with an unbelievable amount of fur. In fact, the character had a staggering 2.3 million strands of hair.
That's
That
a lot
said,
of hair.
creating him was no small feat. Because each strand had to be animated, producing a single frame of Sully took about 12 hours.
That's a long time. That is a long time for that. And due to the fact that Sully is like the hugest monster in that freaking movie, played by John Goodman, hell of an actor for that.
Yeah.
That was one of his best roles, I would say.
Cinderella, 1950 version. Walt Disney had a favorite princess.
Sure he did.
Walt Disney told Eileen Woods, the actress who voiced Cinderella, "You're my favorite heroine, you know." She replied, "You mean Cinderella?" "Yes," he said, "there's something about that story I associate with." I bet he did. Flicker. A fable inspired A Bug's Life. A Bug's Life was inspired by Aesop's fable, The Ant and the Grasshopper. In this story, a grasshopper spends the harvest months having fun instead of collecting food. Come winter, the grasshopper is starving and begs the ants for food, but is turned away. Andrew Stanton and Joe Ranft, however you pronounce his last name, wondered why the grasshopper doesn't just take the ants' food. Thus, the antagonist, Hopper, and the Bug's Life were born. Beauty and the Beast. These are all the animated people, not the live action ones. The Beast is a combination of many animals. According to animator Glenn Keane, he found inspiration for the Beast's singular look by looking at many different animals. He used a wolf's legs, a bear's body, a dog's tail, a buffalo's head, a gorilla's eyebrows, a lion's mane, and a wild boar's muzzle. Why don't you just do, well, in my eyes, that's basically a bad joke. In other words, A wolf walks into a bar with a bear, a dog, a buffalo, a gorilla, and a lion with a wild boar. Out comes the fucking beast.
Yeah, that's my response.
Asshole!
Bye, Voicey.
Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty barely spoke. No shit. Princess Aurora only has a measly 18 lines in Sleeping Beauty. But considering that she spends the majority of the film snoozing, this definitely makes sense. Beauty and the Beast again.
No wonder the bitch never got laid. Holy shit.
Only Belle wore blue. Among her townspeople, Belle is the only citizen wearing the color blue. The creators purposely dressed her in this way to drive home the notion that Belle was different from everyone else, an outsider. Even better, when she finally meets the Beast, he too is also wearing blue, proving that they really were a match made in heaven. Barf.
Bestiality! Flawless.
The Lion King. Scar had an unfortunate name. As per the Lion King canon, Scar's birth name was Taka. He changed it to Scar after a buffalo attack left him with the signature mark on his eye. And to give you some perspective of the piece of work that is the Lion King family, Taka can mean want in Swahili. But it is also commonly used to mean garbage or dirt. To sum up, Scar Mufasa's parents named their older kid after a Swahili word for king, and then turned around and called the other kid trash.
Remind you of anybody?
I don't know. Hercules. Hercules has a very disturbing rug. In The Lion King, Zazu snips that Scar would make an excellent throne rug. Technically, this actually comes true, as Scar can be seen as a throw rug in a scene from Hercules. How many of you noticed that one?
Are we talking the Hercules the cartoon or the Hercules the TV series?
The cartoon.
Okay. I didn't watch the cartoon, so I wouldn't know. Although the cartoon one is fucking stupid.
Brave. Merida's voice is unlike all the rest. Although there are many princesses that hail from different nations, only Merida from Brave is the only princess without an American accent. Her thick Scottish accent makes her stand out from the rest.
Oh, she got a thick Scottish accent. She must be taking hormone pills.
Huh?
So if she's got a thick Scottish accent, she must be taking hormone pills to scare everybody around her. I'm a dude, motherfucker! Get away from me! Bagpipes!
Beauty and the Beast again. The very first male villain. Gaston is the first male Disney villain in any Disney princess feature. It had been all evil queens, sea witches, and stepmothers before that. Splash.
That was short and not to the point.
Huh?
I said that was a short but not to the point.
Splash. 1984. Touchstone Pictures. This is for Disney. And this is not Disney.
No.
Ariel was a redhead for a reason. In 1984, Daryl Hannah became famous as the blonde mermaid in Splash. In order to make Ariel as unique as possible, Disney decided to give her bright red hair.
Talk about a flamer.
Little Mermaid again. Sibling rivalry under the sea. King Triton and Ursula from The Little Mermaid are supposed to be brother and sister, which makes Ariel the tentacled witch's niece. These familial connections did not make the final cut, but it just goes to show that blood isn't always thicker than water.
Well, that's a fucked up seesaw.
Beauty and the Beast again. The story behind Belle's unruly hair. In Beauty and the Beast, Belle has a stubborn strand of hair that constantly falls across her face. The screenplay writer, Linda Wolverton, commented, "The only thing I wrote to describe Belle physically was she has a little wisp of hair that keeps falling in her face. Because I wanted her not to be perfect. It was important that not every hair be in place."
Well, of course.
Frozen again.
That sounds like everyday life with women that have very long hair.
The Ice Palace reflects her feelings. In Frozen, Princess Elsa's Ice Palace reflects her emotions through color. The walls turn blue when she's content, purple when she's sad, red when she's frightened, and yellow when she's enraged.
I think they got that one backwards. Yellow should be she's happy and contented, but red should be the bitch is pissed off, or she's on her Elmo cycle.
This one has to deal with 100 Dalmatians. She had no teeth. How did Lucille Laverne achieve her vocal transformation from Evil Queen to Evil Witch in Snow White? She simply removed her teeth.
I don't remember seeing that part.
Cinderella, again. Walt Disney had a favorite place of animation. A favorite piece of animation. Allegedly, Walt Disney's favorite animated scene is Cinderella's glittering transformation before the ball. A classic to rags riches moment that continues to wow audiences. Didn't wow me.
Me neither.
Huh?
Me neither.
The Princess and the Frog.
Ribbit, ribbit.
An evil lineage. The animator Bruce W. Smith, sorry. Imagine Dr. Facilier of The Princess and the Frog as the love child of Cruella de Vil and Captain Hook.
And what does that make Robin Williams? The uncle? Or the pimp?
Pocahontas. Pocahontas' initial sidekick could talk. Although the beloved raccoon Miko, Pocahontas' non-verbal sidekick made the final cut. Filmmakers had other ideas. Initially, they wanted to animate a talking turkey called Red Feather. But that's not all. They also wanted John Candy to voice the character. Aladdin again.
That would be kind of cool, but also kind of weird, if I have to say so. I can't see John Candy being a fucking bird that's about to die and get stuffed.
Aladdin again. We never met Aladdin's mother. Despite having her very own song, Proud of Your Boy, Aladdin's mother didn't make the film's final cut. However, her song had its moment in the Broadway musical adaptation.
Okay, so they don't put it in the goddamn cartoon movie, but they don't put it in the freaking animated cartoon movie of Aladdin, but they do it on a fucking Broadway show.
I don't know.
Sounds like a fucked up double conundrum.
Pocahontas again. This Disney character had a true story. Pocahontas is the only princess based in reality. Pocahontas was an indigenous woman who belonged to the Powhatan people. Mulan, although based on a real legend of a warrior, did not exist in real life.
That sounds like another double conundrum.
Little Mermaid again.
Little Mermaid vein.
Huh?
Little Mermaid vein.
There was a Disney princess hiatus. After 1959 Sleeping Beauty, audiences didn't get to meet another princess for another 30 years. It was a long wait, but totally worth it. In 1989, Ariel captivated audiences in The Little Mermaid. Yeah. That was about 30 years. Sleeping Beauty again. This villain's name says it all. Maleficent means evil doing in Latin.
Okie dokie. But in these terms, a pimp.
An actress inspired Ariel's looks. According to the charmed actress Alyssa Milano, I think that's how you pronounce the last name.
Yeah, Alyssa Milano.
Creators
From Who's the Boss and Charmed.
Looked to her childhood pictures for inspiration. They used her likeness to craft Ariel's sweet, heart-shaped face. To me, her face does not look heart-shaped.
No. Outside of that, she's a voiceover for a female scientist in my PS3 game, Ghostbusters.
Yeah. Cinderella, again. What is Prince Charming's name? Sadly, Cinderella's prince, like many other princes, isn't the most fleshed out character. And as such, he has a couple of different names. In the original, he is simply known as Prince Charming. However, Disney France calls him Henry, while the live action film calls him Kit.
I hate to see what they call him in a Broadway musical.
Huh?
I hate to find out what they call him in a Broadway musical.
Little
Prince-
Mermaid again.
Prince Ballnuts?
Prince Eric wasn't a singer. Of all the official Disney princes, Eric was the only one to bite his tongue when it came to the musical numbers. Despite losing her voice, Ariel ended up taking the reins as Songbird Supreme. Cinderella again. Lady Tremaine was chillingly realistic. Lady Tremaine, aka Cinderella's stepmother, was deliberately drawn to be more realistic than the film's other antagonists. Filmmakers wanted her to embody a more chilling and out-of-this-world demeanor by drawing, ironically, from our world. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Tarzan again. Skateboarding inspired Tarzan's moments. The animator, Glenn Keane, revealed one of the greatest inspirations behind Tarzan, his son Max. Max loved performing fearless skateboarding stunts and watching extreme sports, such as snowboarding. Thus, Tarzan seemed to surf through the trees.
Now I know where they got George of the Jungle from.
Sleeping Beauty again. A real prince inspired Prince Philip. It's been said that Sleeping Beauty's Prince Philip was named after Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. As the husband of Queen Elizabeth II, he would have been a familiar figure at the time of the film's release in 1959. Pocahontas again. John Smith was a man of many talents. Usually, two actors voice Disney characters. One sings and the other speaks. But this is not the case for Pocahontas. John Smith. Mel Gibson contributes both his vocal acting and singing prowess to the role.
Okay.
Sleeping Beauty, no, Beauty and the Beast. We saw that dance in another film. During the production of Beauty and the Beast, time was of the essence. Running behind, they decided to use the animated dance scene from Sleeping Beauty for Prince Adam and Belle's final dance scene.
That gay version ballroom dancing? No.
Pocahontas. There's only one princess with a tattoo. Of all the Disney princesses, Pocahontas is the only one with a tattoo. A red band that wraps around her right bicep. Of course, that's not the only unique thing about the 1995 film.
There. You've been tattooed, bitch.
Pocahontas again. Disney's first interracial relationship. That's actually true.
Wow.
Not only does Pocahontas include Disney's first interracial couple, but it's also the only original movie where the love interests don't end up together. When John Smith asks Pocahontas to come back to England with him, she refuses, choosing to stay with her tribe instead.
Smart woman. She didn't want to get the U.S. Pocahontas going.
"101 Dalmatians." Mr. DeVille came first. What that means, I'm about to read. 101 Dalmatians was based on Dottie Smith's novel, The 101 Dalmatians. In this written version, Cruella DeVille is not living the sweet single life. As in the movie, but has a hen-pecked husband.
A hen-pecked husband?
Mm-hmm.
So what, a hen picked her husband for her? Holy shit.
His...
Now I know where that saying came from. A goofy movie.
His clearly didn't matter that much, though, because the novel doesn't even give him a name. He's never referred to as anything but Mr. DeVille. We can guess who wore the pants in that relationship.
Yeah, the ghost of him.
Lady and the Tramp.
Lady and the prostitute.
Lady is a real dog. A real dog inspired the character Lady from Lady and the Tramp. In fact, it was Disney writer Joe Grant's Springer Spaniel. When Walt Disney laid eyes on Grant's sketches, he asked him to mount a storyboard of his furry pet. Although Disney initially scrapped the idea, he returned to it after reading the story Happy Dan, the Whistling Dog. Another thing for Beauty and the Beast. Belle's personality is inspired by another character. The screenwriter for Beauty and the Beast, Linda Wolverton, said that one of her main sources of inspiration for Belle was Katharine Hepburn's performance in 1933's Little Women. Hepburn's interpretation of the book as Jo March is undeniably similar to Belle's headstrong character.
Okay.
Enchanto, or Encanto, however you want to pronounce it.
I think it's Encanto.
is the very first. In 2021's Encanto, Mirabelle is the very first female Disney lead character to wear glasses. Aladdin again. A heartthrob inspired Aladdin. At first, animator Glenn Keane thought of making Aladdin similar to a Michael J. Fox character, but the chairman of Walt Disney Studios, Jeffrey Katzenberg, had another idea. He thought of using Tom Cruise's character from Top Gun. Keane later said, "I got the film and I looked at him. And what I noticed was all of his poses, his attitudes, there was this confidence, the way his chest stuck out. There was a cockiness to him. And Aladdin, we wanted to have a little bit of that edge on him." Mulan. Mulan is based on a Chinese legend. The story of Yua, Mulan, goes way back. The earliest record of her story is the Ballad of Mulan, most likely written around 400 AD. But before her Disney debut, her story was a little bit different. Originally, the female warrior fools her comrades until the very end of the war. They don't find out she is actually a woman until the conflict is over. The Emperor. The Emperor's New Groove. This villain had a secret song. The Trill and desiccated Zima from The Emperor's New Groove had their own villain song titled Snuff Out the Light. Not familiar? That's probably because it was cut from the final version of the film. But you Cusco super fans out there may have heard it on the official soundtrack for the movie. Aladdin again. The only Disney princess that is not the lead. Jasmine is the only Disney princess who does not star as the main character of her film. Or should I say Aladdin's film. Bambi, again. Thumper charmed Walt Disney. Thumper is one of the most beloved characters from Bambi. But initially, he didn't have such a prominent role. However, Walt Disney watched his scenes with Bambi. He fell completely in love with the character. As a result, Thumper got a hefty promotion. Beauty and the Beast, Mrs. Potts had a different name.
Yeah, it was called Tea Kettle.
The Beauty and the Beast, the maternal teapot, Mrs. Potts, was originally known as Mrs. Chamomile.
That is good tea, by the way.
However, considering its difficult pronunciation, it was eventually changed to the simpler Mrs. Potts. Little Mermaid.
And if I remember correctly, I think that was played by Angela Lansbury, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
I would have to say, I grew up watching her TV show
Yeah.
that was on, I think it was CBS at the time, Murder She Wrote,
Yeah.
and she played this detective, which was fantastic. But I would have ever seen her do an animated cartoon movie or show at that point
Yeah.
of a teapot. But she did really, really good.
Sebastian, Little Mermaid, Sebastian had a different accent. First of all, Sebastian the Crab has an extremely long name. Horatio Thelonious Ignatius Crustaceous Sebastian. But what's more, creators almost gave him a British accent. It would have changed everything.
That movie would have bombed. Yeah, I think his accent was, what was it? I think Jamaican or something? Something like that
I think
to effect?
so. He sounded Jamaican.
I think Shaggy could have played that character.
Huh?
Shaggy? Not Matthew Lillard that does Shaggy in the Scooby-Doo cartoons and
I don't know.
in the movie. No, that's Matthew Willard. What am I talking about? I'm talking about Shaggy the singer.
Oh.
For the popular songs.
Yeah.
It Wasn't Me, Angel, Hot Shot, that type of music. I mean, he talks English and everything perfectly, but when he sings, he's actually does Jamaican voice for singing. He would have been perfect for Sebastian in that movie. Or in the cartoon series.
This one is about Sleeping Beauty and the Beast. A notorious ladies' man inspired Lumiere.
Okay.
French actor Maurice Chevalier was known for his suave personality and smooth voice. After his passing, his features and style inspired the character of Lumiere in Beauty and the Beast. But that wasn't Chevalier's only connection to Disney. In The Aristocrats, he sang its title track. Fantasia. Mickey almost had a different name. Before he landed on the name Mickey, Walt Disney planned to name his iconic mouse Mortimer. While luckily his wife Lillian thought the name was the right fit for the festy character's personality. Instead, Mortimer Mouse became one of Mickey's greatest rivals. I unfortunately had to deal with old Disney when I was a kid.
Yeah, because if you look how Mickey Mouse was created, okay, he had the red straps, the white buttons, and the red bottoms on for shorts.
Yeah.
Okay, if you go back in time, that was actually Mickey's real name, was Mortimer. But then they decided, like, no, because he's a freaking mouse, or supposedly looks like a mouse. He looks like an oversized fucking rat.
Yeah.
Walt Disney himself decided, no, we're going to go with Mickey Mouse. It was like, okay. We're going to create his evil twin side brother, Mortimer Mouse.
Yeah.
That's how that came about. And we're like, what the fuck?
We got Alice in Wonderland. There's one original character in Wonderland. Although the Alice in Wonderland adaptation couldn't possibly include all the Lewis Carroll's characters, there was one original Disney character to make an appearance. After Alice falls down the rabbit hole, she comes face to face with the talking doorknob. Her interaction with the doorknob removed the necessity of the monologue. Instead, she conveyed her thoughts to the audience through conversation.
Put your comments in the chat or down below.
The Lion King, again, what's a good henchman for? In The Lion King, Scar's iconic number, Be Prepared, is actually sung by Ed the Hyena. Or rather, Ed's voice actor, Jim Cummings, stepped in to do the singing voice for Jeremy Irons for part of the song. Irons had blown out his vocal cords while trying his best, so that's Cummings' best, doing his best Irons' impression for the song's final third.
Hmm.
101 Dalmatians, going solo. All the animation for Cruella de Vil from 101 Dalmatians was done by a single person. That's a lot of straight lines for one poor sketch artist. Beauty and the Beast. Gaston was not the original villain. Gaston was not originally supposed to be the lead villain in Beauty and the Beast. Instead, Belle's evil aunt, Marguerite, was meant to have occupied that dastardly role. Unfortunately for her, Maggie did not have what it takes to make the film's final cut. And so it's Gaston that we all remember hating so much. Hercules again. They had another Hades in mind. What that means is they had another person in mind to do the voice.
Mm-hmm.
Before James Woods won the part of Hades, the characters for Hercules imagined a role for John Lithgow or even Jack Nicholson. Two distinct voices, but not exactly fast talkers. As Woods, Hades came to be known. I cannot picture Jack Nicholson doing a voiceover, due to the fact that he is like a slow, smooth talker.
Yeah, I know.
Aladdin again. The stars just didn't line up. Patrick Stewart had to turn down the role of Jafar in Aladdin because he was too busy filming Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Yep.
Tangled again.
That, and I think he was also doing the Star Trek: The Next Generation movies as well as the TV series of Star Trek: The Next Generation, which is now he's known as Sir Patrick Stewart.
We got Tangled again. Her wardrobe reveals the truth. Tangled takes place in the 1780s, but Mother Gothel's dress is from the Renaissance. Some people might think that this was just a design mistake, but her costume is actually deliberate. It signifies how old she actually is.
Okay.
hold on. It's a horror movie.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. He was too terrified for Disney. In other words, this has to do with Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Tim Curry auditioned to play Judge Doom in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. But unfortunately, most considered the former Dr. Frankenfurter just too terrifying for Disney. This was only 2 years before he played Pennywise the Clown in the horror movie It. How is Tim Curry terrifying for Disney?
Well, let's see. He's done wonderful movies. Ones that I really didn't really care for, like Home Alone.
Yeah, you like Clue.
Clue was good. But I think the reason why they didn't pick him is because of the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
He wasn't terrifying in that movie.
No, but it's basically the outfit that he wore in the Rocky Horror Picture movie. That's where they went. No, thank you.
Well, isn't Disney
It's
just
a little too
prude?
boring because because when he portrayed Dr. Frankenfurter in that lingerie, it was like, nope, he's a fag. That's too horrifying for us.
I've always said Disney was a prude.
Mm-hmm.
Frozen,
So just clear that up.
the youngest Disney baddie. Hans from Frozen is canonically 23 years old. This makes him the youngest ever Disney villain. If you don't count Sid from Toy Story. Personally, don't. He was just a kid, and no one told him that toys were alive. I have no idea what the fuck Toy Story has to do with Frozen. So this one makes no sense.
No.
This has to do with Peter Pan. Hook was too lovable. Walt Disney himself specifically ordered that Captain Hook not die at the end of Peter Pan. The iconic animator had an eye for hot intellectual property. He predicted fans would like this bumbling buccaneer, and that means Hook's here to stay.
I'm sorry, but didn't Hook get swallowed by a fucking crocodile at the end of Hook?
That's Hook. This is the Peter Pan animated one.
Oh, animated, yeah, but Hook went to a movie
Yeah,
with Robin Williams and he got eaten by a fucking crocodile.
I know that.
But yet they're saying, "Oh, you can't kill Hook." Fucker got eaten by a crocodile. Hello. You go from a fucking cartoon version of Peter Pan and Hook to where you don't see a crocodile whatsoever unless Hook decides to get himself into a crocodile area and he's running for his life. But then you put him in a movie and he gets eaten by a crocodile, but yet you say, "Oh, we can't kill Hook." That makes no sense.
Well, Hook came out after
Way after Peter.
way after Disney died. Beauty and the Beast.
Let me see.
Gaston's quarter-life crisis. Gaston is only 25 years old. Honestly, it makes a lot of sense now if you think about it. No, it doesn't.
Okay, Hook was done in on December 11th, 1991.
Beauty and the Beast. Gaston 2.0. Gaston was based on Beauty and the Beast co-screenwriter Linda Wolverton's ex-boyfriends. However, he was also based on the character of Avenant, a very similar bro type from Jean Cocteau's 1946 adaptation of the same fairy tale. Of course, Disney transformed him to Cocteau's more foppish aristocrat suitor to the jock that we know and hate. The Great Mouse Detective? Really? From Big Boss to Big Bad to Bad Bad. Ratigan from The Great Mouse Detective was modeled after the CEO of Disney, Ron Miller. You can't blame them. Miller was 6'6", and happened to be a former player for the Los Angeles Rams football team. So he cut a pretty imposing figure.
And that's how we got the movie Detective Pikachu. From that.
Another for Great Mouse Detective. The original design, The Price We Pay, is what it's titled. The original design for Ratigan was originally more thin, weaselly, and rat-like. However, the casting of Vincent Price as the voice actor inspired the animators to rework the character to better fit the famously sleek and expressive actor. Okay, that's something I did not know. Vincent Price doing a voiceover for a cartoon.
He's done a few. I just can't remember which movies.
Hercules, the animated.
Hercules, Hercules, Hercules. Woo!
He was a car salesman type. James Woods ad-libbed much of Hades' dialogue in Hercules. He was based on a Hollywood agent, a car salesman type, and it was hard to keep up with. The most difficult part of bringing the god of death to life was getting the speed of his animation to match Wood's fast-talking performance.
Sounds like they needed a whole bottle of Viagra just to keep up with him.
Pocahontas again. John Radcliffe comes from the history books. To date, John Radcliffe from Pocahontas, the only animated Disney villain to be based directly on a real historical person. Unless Ursula really is hiding beneath the waves and we've never really managed to find her. I have no idea what the fuck that last part's supposed to be. I'll add it again. Iago's other personality. Iago was originally to be a serious, dignified British parrot. But then the smooth, sultry sounds of Gilbert Gottfried in Beverly Hills Cop 2 seduced the animators. Gottfried won the part, and the animation team even managed to parrot the parrot's design to give him a resemblance of the actor's half-lidded eyes and omnipresent teeth.
What teeth? It was just a fucked up peacock with a fucking beak.
Mickey again? It's just a nickname. Although most of us know Minnie by her short and sweet nickname,
Prostitute slut rat.
her full name is actually Minerva Mouse.
Sounds like somebody shot a turd out for that one.
Dastardly Daycare. This has to do with Maleficent the movie. I really don't want to read that one because the bitch fucking took it from me. In the live action
Run, everybody.
In the live-action Maleficent movie, 3 of Angelina Jolie's children, Pax, Zahara, and Vivian, or Vivine, however you want to pronounce it, make cameo appearances. This one has to do with the Jungle Book. Kaa wasn't always the enemy. Poor Snake can't catch a break. Kaa, in the Jungle Book, was supposed to be Mowgli's ally. In the Disney movie, he was demoted to side antagonist. This has to do with The Bug's Life. You talking to me? Robert De Niro was John Lasseter's first choice to play Hopper in A Bug's Life. Unfortunately, De Niro repeatedly turned the part down. At the 1995 Oscars, Lasseter met Kevin Spacey, who enthusiastically signed on to the animated flick. The Evil Queen for Snow White. The Evil Queen had a real name. The Evil Queen in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs actually has a name. She goes by Grimhild. Toy Story. Woody was a ventriloquist dummy. It's difficult to imagine Woody as anything other than an adorable cowboy doll, but horrifyingly, initial concept envisioned him as a ventriloquist dummy. This one has to deal with a person that was in a couple of Disney films as a voiceover. They entitled this Disney's Repeat Offender, which does not sound good at all. Not today's standards. Eleanor Audley did the voices for Lady Tremaine in Cinderella, Maleficent in Sleeping Beauty, and even Madame Leota in the famous Disneyland ride, The Haunted Mansion. That's a pretty good resume. It's okay.
Bad bats need clean water.
This one has to do with Maleficent as well.
You were talking about the Haunted Mansion ride.
Yeah. What about it?
I would have to say it was an okay ride when it was at Riverside Park in Agawam, Massachusetts when we were there.
There was no Haunted Mansion in Riverside.
Yes, there was. It was on the east side of the whole entire park.
I worked on the east side and I never saw it.
Well, we did have one, and Six Flags ended up getting it too. It was an okay ride, but the mansion did not look like what I thought was going to be from the movie with Eddie Murphy.
Eh.
So it was an okay ride, just not, up to expectation for it.
This one is also from Maleficent the movie. The truth behind the horns. The horns of Angelina Jolie's costume in Maleficent were designed by professional fetish wear makers. Seems obvious now that people know.
They were all just horny for her.
Yeah. The Lion King. The Lion King had a creepy side. The Madness of King Scar was a deleted scene in The Lion King, with Nala singing. It was centered around a creepy deleted encounter between her and Scar. According to leftover storyboards, Scar was thinking about his need for a mate and comes to continue his line. He comes across Nala, who spurns his advances. At her rejection, Scar sends his hyenas to chase Nala off. Although it was eventually reworked and included in the Lion King musical, with Scar, Zazu, the hyenas, and Nala singing, "Let's be thankful for our childhood's sakes that this cinematic courtship was left on the cutting room floor."
In other words, it was in the cutting room dumpster.
This has to do with The Little Mermaid. The chorus line. Although the all-stars who lined up to voice Ursula, the Sea Witch, were B. Arthur, Roseanne Barr, and Elaine Stritch, the role ultimately went to Pat Carroll. Beauty and the Beast. Gaston's unaltered demise. If you're lucky, you might come across the grittier ending of Beauty and the Beast, in which Gaston's passing is much less ambiguous and a little more explicit. Some cuts of the ending feature a shot of skulls in Gaston's baby blue eyes as he plummets to his end of the film's climax. In the script, the womanizer also screams "time to die" at the beast, instead of "Belle is mine." But this was also cut for being too intense. Oh, look at Disney being prudish again. The Lion King. Gaston got off easy. Gaston was supposed to die like Scar from The Lion King. In the original drafts for Beauty and the Beast, I don't know why it's saying The Lion King when it deals with Beauty and the Beast, Gaston was meant to initially survive his fall off the cliff, only to be devoured by wolves. Disney deemed this and too gruesome for a human being. For fratricidal lions, though, bon appetit. This one deals with the Little Mermaid and a mix of Hercules, the cartoon. Hercules and Ariel are related. If you want to get technical about it, Hercules and Ariel are cousins. You see, Hercules is the son of Zeus, who is the brother of Poseidon, who fathered Triton, Ariel's father. I guess it's a small world after all.
Damn, Hercules' mom was a fucking prostitute slut. God damn. Herc, my man, you need to talk to your mommy. Tell her stop being a prostitute. Damn.
Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. Dwarves.
More like Snow White and the Seven Pimps.
Snow White is underage. Yes, Snow White is only 14 years old. Yet she spends the entire film living with 7 men in the middle of the woods while longing for her Prince Charming.
Mm-hmm. Snow White and the Seven Pimps. And the only Prince Charming she's getting is all 7 pimps. Gangbang train!
This deals with several different things. A famous screen siren inspired the Evil Queen. Deals with the Snow White and 7 Pimps. The Evil Queen from Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs is a combination of 2 different women. Actresses Joan Crawford and Lucille Laverne. The Queen's unsettling gaze, strong jaw, and arched brows were a direct influence of the screen siren Joan Crawford. However, Lucille Laverne not only lent her voice to the role, but her body movements were also a reference for the Queen's dramatic transformation into the witch. Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs again, and this is the last one. Why couldn't Dopey speak? Dopey...
Too much drugs.
Dopey is the famously mute character in Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, but this wasn't always the case. You see, initially, the script had many lines for him. The studio even hired the famous voice actor Mel Blanc, the voice of Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck, to bring Dopey to life. However, it just wasn't meant to be. Walt Disney, unhappy with the recording, cut all of Dopey's lines. Blank's voice was only audible whenever Dopey hiccups.
So that's a lot of drugs and a lot of booze in Dopey for hiccups.
Pretty much.
Drunken little bastard.
I'm gonna take a break because I have to go that way.
Okie dokie.
You can do a story.
Oh, yay. I got my stories. Alright. We all know about Santa Claus. We've also heard about Krampus that came out, which I never knew before until Jeff Belanger said it, and it was kind of strange. But now there's a new one, And I saw this story on December 23rd, 2023. And now there is a Yule Cat. I've never heard of this. And the headline is, you've heard of Santa, maybe even Krampus. But what about a child-eating Yule Cat? Excuse me? And there is a picture of a Yule Cat, which you'll be able to find on our website once I post it up there and everything. So you guys can read it. It'll be as a PDF form. Christmas time, or as I call Christmas shitmas time, is upon us, and though children loathe getting new clothes for gifts and whatever else, they best put on their new itchy sweater or slide on those unwanted socks. Yeah, that's a hospital bill waiting to happen. Or else risk being eaten alive by a giant cat. At least according to Icelandic folklore. That's right, a child's worst nightmare. No, a child's worst nightmare is when their parents don't give them what they want. New clothes under the tree could only be outdone by a somehow worse nightmare. Not getting shit. Except for a bag of koala poop, maybe. Being devoured by a ferocious feline that hunts down children caught not wearing their new clothes. Well, let's see. Growing up, when I used to enjoy Christmas and got some really good clothes, I never wanted to put them on right away because they were so nice, and it wasn't really the day to wear nice clothes that you get from a family relative. The tale of, holy crap, I can't say this, but the original name for the Yule Cat is JOLAKOTTURINN, which translate to English, Yule Cat. I'm just glad they put that in their story. Is an Icelandic Christmas classic dating back to at least 1932. According to the Icelandic folklore website, a research project managed by the University of Iceland. Oh, where the fuck is Ahmed when you need him to say that? An Icelandic poet wrote about the Yule Cat in his book, Jólin Koma, Christmas is Coming, published in 1932. KOTLUM''S, that's the only way I'm going to spell it, people, because I can't say the damn word. Poem tells the tale of a cat that's very large with glowing eyes. Sounds like our cats. It roams the countryside, going from house to house, looking for children who aren't wearing the new clothes they got for Christmas, according to the poem. And Carlos Mencia, the creature that his mother and father told him about, if they weren't good, yeah. It kind of sounds almost the same. Memes of the Yule Cat have been making their way around social media. Some are meant to be spooky, while others are blend of fascination and satire. Okay, whoever wrote that there, gotta be on something wrong. And I don't want none. here's the meme. I am really fascinated by other cultures' holiday traditions, so shout out to my boy, the Yule Cat, a monstrous cat who roams Iceland eating people who aren't wearing the clothes they got for Christmas. And they do have a picture here, and I really don't know if this cat's supposed to look like this. I am really fascinated by other cultures' holiday traditions, so shout out to my boy, the Yule Cat. One meme reads, a monstrous cat who roams Iceland eating people who aren't wearing the clothes they got for Christmas. The Yule Cat isn't the only sinister character that comes out around Christmas, or as I call it, Shitmas. Other European folklore characters is Krampus, an anti-Santa demon that kidnaps and punishes naughty kids. He ain't doing a very good job, according to the mythologically.net. München, Germany, hosts an annual Krampus run which attracts hundreds of participants and more spectators every year. Kind of sounds like something that Dave Schrader and Jeff would go to.
Yeah.
Every year if they could. So you'll be able to find that story on our website. Okay, the next one is, the darkest tales from each U.S. state. So let's see, what would be the first state? I wonder. Bless you, Monkey. Yes, Monkey just came into the podcast studio. I did ask him if he was going to make an appearance on the show or his voice, but obviously he doesn't want to. Local myths and legends have been woven into our culture for as long as humans have existed. Sometimes I wonder if half this planet is human. Much of the world's folklore revolves around events that cannot be explained, sightings that seem impossible, and phenomena that baffle the mind. Yeah, that's the other part. A lot of people don't have minds. Sometimes we come up with creatures and curses to explain inexplicable failures in cities. Streaks of bad luck and hard to understand natural phenomenon. You have to have a brain cell for that and a brain in order to understand natural phenomena. The United States is no expectation and has a rich history of colorful folklores and mythology. From Bigfoot to haunted highways. Well, we know one, don't we? A haunted highway. We know one.
Yeah.
That's I-80. Each state has a plethora of urban legends that continue to fascinate both locals and foreigners to this day. Are you scared? Curious? We're going to go to Arizona, where a gold miner's wife of Arizona told her story here. In the 1800s, during the American Gold Rush, an Amazon miner disappeared, leaving his family to starve. Legend has it that his wife, driven mad by her despair, murdered their children and threw them into a nearby river. It's said that she wept on the banks of the river, now known as Slaughterhouse Canyon, until her death. Locals claim that her cries still echo off the walls of the canyon. Now we're going to Alabama, where this title is "The Ghost Children of Alabama."
Mm.
When the people of Huntsville, Alabama, ding 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 ding, built a playground in the middle of their cemetery in the 19th century.
Stupid.
Were these people on drugs that I don't know about back then? God damn, why would you build a playground in the middle of a fucking cemetery?
I don't know.
Okay. They should expect a little bit of hunting, right? By the 1960s, stories were told about missing children who were then found dead in the playground. To this day, many claim to see the ghosts of these children there. I would love a paranormal team to go out to the cemetery in Huntsville, Alabama, where there is a playground built there, and actually do an investigation so I can see it and see if I could debunk most of the shit. Oh, here we go. We're going to Connecticut. The madness of Dudleytown, Connecticut. Connecticut is a bunch of fucking morons that have no educations and no IQs. Dudleytown, Connecticut was an ill-fated early American town of which only sparse ruins remain today. While the official reason for its failure is poor soil and a bunch of brain-dead idiots, some locals tell grim tales of residents driven mad and plagued by tragic deaths and accidents. Now let's see, deaths, that usually happens no matter which way you look at it. Accidents, well, it just tells you that nobody knows how to fucking drive or walk. They say the town is haunted and has been abandoned due to a series of murders, lightning strikes, suicides, and fatal falls. Talk about a ghost town. Now we go to Alaska. The Alaska Triangle Disappearance. Almost sounds like the Bermuda Triangle. Everyone knows the Bermuda Triangle. I just said that, and I didn't even look at it. And after I said it, now it's there. But the much more northerly Alaska Triangle has a reputation all of its own. At its three comers of Juneau, Anchorage, and Barrow, the Alaska Triangle has been home to more than 2,000 disappearances over the year. Wow, their triangle has a long way to catch up to the Bermuda Triangle. Arkansas! The Haunted Railroad of Arkansas. In 1931, Lewis McBride, a railroad worker from Arkansas, was fired from his job. It is said that he sought revenge and murdered his former employer with a railroad hammer and was subsequently executed by electrocution. Today, it is believed that McBride's ghost appears as a haunting orb of light along the railroad tracks in Alabama, in Arkansas. I think I remember seeing a video like that where there's like big white orb with electricity just going over the train tracks. I just don't know if that was Arkansas or somebody just made that up for a video. Now we go to California, where the people enjoy the earthquakes. The Charman from California. In 1948, a fire raged in the forests of Ojai, California. After the blaze, rescuers discovered a skinned and a hanging man in a suicidal cabin, or a secluded cabin, Words are hard. Legend has it that the man's son, who was driven insane by the flaming inferno, was the killer. He became known as Charman. Some locals and campers believe that he still hunts his territory and guards it from intruders. Now we're going to Colorado. The eeriest road in Colorado. I think we know one in Agawam. That's the eeriest. Riverdale Road. Oh, wow. Colorado has the same thing as West Springfield does. Riverdale Road. Route 5. Riverdale Road near the town of Thornton, Colorado, is considered the most haunted road in the state. Various ghosts have been spotted on this blacktop strip. Enslaved people, joggers, and even a ghostly sports car racing through at incredible speeds. Oh, I would love to see that paranormal video. Literally. Now we're going to Delaware. Don't sneeze in Delaware. Kind of late for that one. Everybody sneezes in Delaware. Samuel Chu was the Chief of Justice with a funny name of Delaware during the 18th century, and Chu was well aware that the locals had a penchant for a good sneezing pun at his expense. The constant achoo echoing beyond or behind his back was too much. But here's the twist. After Chu died, those who had mocked him got a special payback, or a spectacular payback, feeling ice eerie chills every time they sneeze. Isn't that usually a human body function?
Yeah.
When you sneeze, you always get the chills.
Yeah.
It doesn't really mean that it has to be from a guy with the last name Chu, and then it comes up, achoo! A lot of people can do that. Other people have different type of sneezes. Now we're going down south to the shittiest state on this planet that needs to be drowned. We're going down to Florida. The Florida swamp ape. The Everglades of Florida have an eerie and captivating charm. No, it doesn't. A lot of this spookiness comes from the frightening swamp creatures that call the Everglades home. Leeches, mosquitoes, alligators, crocodiles, ducks, you name it. That's what the type of animals are down there. Truly the most frightening is the stories skunk ape, a foul-smelling creature said to resemble an orange tang that stands a terrifying 7 feet tall, 2.1 meters. Okay, if there's an orange orangutan out there, there's a problem. Being that big. And now we could go up above Florida to Georgia. The monsters of Lake Lanier, Georgia. Created in the 1950s, Lake Lanier in Georgia is a man-made marvel that has swallowed up a vast expanse of abandoned buildings, roads and bridges, but locals will tell you that this act of transformation hasn't gone unnoticed by the supernatural. They believe that this decretion has spawned monsters and ghouls that are said to lurk just beneath the surface. Kind of sounds like that Harbor Dam. Basically the same thing. That whole area got wiped out by water and everything from an Indian that put a curse on the whole place.
Dam.
Huh?
The Wilkes-Barre Dam.
Yeah. And of course, underneath the water, you can see the children's graves and everything.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah. Oh, now we're going to go to Hawaii. Or as Gabriel Iglesias says, aka Fluffy, Hawaii. Hawaii, a paradise on earth and a dream vacation spot for many, isn't just about beach barbecues and tropical cocktails. And also forget the Hawaiian show and the Hawaiian women.
The luau.
Yep. The island's lore also has a dark side. Dun dun dun. Legend has it that a band of ghostly Hawaiian warriors, known as the Night Marchers, haunt the resort beaches while most of the island sleeps. Any late wanderer who dares to meet the gaze of these night marauders is said to drop dead on the spot. Sounds like the story of if you see your doppelganger, you're fucking dead.
Yeah.
Basically in Hawaii, it's basically almost the same thing. You see a fucking doppelganger, you're dead! Now we go to Idaho, where nothing comes out of there except for potatoes and stupid hoes. Massacre Rocks. The Massacre Rock landmark is rural Idaho. Got its eerie name for a reason. Legend has it that the Native American Shone people who inhabited the area once suffered from a famine so severe that they were forced to drown their children in the river to save them from starvation. Today, locals say that if you listen closely, you can hear the cries of the babies on the banks of the river near Massacre Rock. Man, people back then were really fucking stupid. Now we're going to Chicago, Illinois, where Dave Schrader was originally born in.
Yep.
The Killer Clown of Chicago, Illinois. Urban legends about killer clowns are practically frightening. In the 1990s, residents of Chicago, Illinois, were allegedly terrorized by a clown who stalked the city streets, kidnapping and killing children. Or maybe they just watched it from the 1990s. One too many times. Yeah, we have already had shit like that done before, and it was all over freaking social media and the news and everything.
Yeah, I know.
I would have just run these stupid motherfuckers over and call it a day. Now we're going to Indiana. Diana of the Dunes in Indiana. In the early 1900s, a woman named Alice Gray left her high society life and moved to the wild sand dunes of the Indiana coast and Lake Michigan. She became known as Diana of the Dunes due to her ghostly presence that sometimes frightened visitors, although Gray is long deceased. Locals claim that she still haunts the Indiana coast, protecting its dunes from danger and intruders. Now we go to Iowa, which is right next door to us. Almost. The axe murders in Villisca, Iowa. On June 10, 1912, Villisca, Iowa woke up to find 8 residents brutally murdered in their sleep. The victims, the Moore family, of 6 and 2 visiting children, had severe axe wounds. Despite an extensive investigation and numerous suspects, no one was convicted. The Moore house, which is now a tourist attraction, is said to be haunted. Well, no shit. It's not just a tourist attraction. It's also a fucking attraction for paranormal investigators. We've seen that how many times?
Too many.
And they actually had the suspect, but the dude just, walked off.
Yeah.
And Zach Bagans and the team actually got the confession.
Yeah, but that's not going to be... That's not going to hold up in court.
True. But at least they got the answer. Who killed the Moore family and 2 other people? 2 other children. Ta-da! It was Andy. Of course, through that whole investigation, the investigator fucked himself. I'm surprised he didn't get screwed for fucking up the entire case, because he forgot to bring the murder weapon to court. He had to go and purchase one from a freaking hardware store. And say, yeah, this is the axe that we used to murder 8 people. Excuse you? Kansas. The Devil's Chair. The so-called Devil's Chair in the cemetery of Alma, Kansas, is not actually a chair, but a sealed well. Okay.
Huh.
It's a sealed well instead of a chair. It is believed to harbor cruel and dangerous spirits. Legend has it that those who dare to sit on the well will mysteriously disappear within a few days. down really quick because I am now interested more into finding this story. I want to see if there's any more stuff on that. I hate these slideshows. Kentucky's Pulp Lick Monster. Okay. Is the Pulp Lick Monster kind of horny? Kentucky's Pulp Lick Monster is a widely feared tale. It is believed that a goat-man creature lives under Louisville's railroad bridges and lures people onto the tracks at the worst possible time. The monster is named after its dwelling place, a railroad bridge over Pulp Lick Creek. I've never heard of that.
Me neither.
Ever. The only question is, should I try to find more information on that?
You could.
Just writing this down, folks. We're going to New Orleans, Louisiana. The Vampire
Yeah.
of New Orleans, Louisiana is rich in history and legends, including the story of a Jacques Saint Germain arriving from France in 1902. Saint Germain became a prominent figure in the city's nightlife after a woman accused him of biting her on the neck. The police allegedly found bottles of blood in his house, leading to rumors of a vampire in the city. To this day, Saint Germain, who became known as the Vampire of New Orleans, has been spotted time and again. Does that sound way far-fetched to anybody?
It does to me.
Honestly. If you guys can find this type of story with more information, please send it to us. Now we're going up to Maine. The Curse of Buck's Tomb. Colonel Jonathan Buck, the namesake of Bucksport, Maine, is buried in the town's cemetery. There is a stubborn leg-shaped stain on his headstone that will not go away despite all attempts to clean and replace it. The locals believe it is the curse of a witch who was burned at the stake on Buck's order. That seems way far-fetched. More than the other story did. And now we're going to Maryland. The Beast in the Bay. There are many myths and legends surrounding the Chesapeake Bay off the southern coast of Maryland. But the most famous is certainly the story of a giant serpent creature that lurks in the murky waters of the bay. The creature, nicknamed Chessie, seems to have quite a temper and keeps a suspiciously safe distance from humans. Kind of sounds like the Loch Ness Monster
Yeah.
story. Here we go to Massachusetts, or as we call it, Massachusetts. The Witches of Salem.
Yeah.
The town of Salem in Massachusetts is perhaps the most haunted place in the United States of America. Famous for its cruel witch trials in the 17th century, the supernatural influences of these alleged witches can still be felt today. Yeah, because they keep doing the plays over and over and over and over again, like it happened back in 1962. One alleged witch in particular is Giles Corey, is said to have cursed the post of Salem's sheriff for all eternity. Legend has it that every sheriff of Salem, starting with the one who ordered Corey's execution, has suffered from heart complications, blood disease, and legal problems. I would love to have an interview with somebody from the Salem Sheriff's Department to see if this story is actually still true. Any one of their higher ups has ever had any problem with their heart, suffering, blood disease, legal problems. I would like to know. So Salem, Massachusetts Sheriff's Department, if you're watching this show, get a hold of us by our email. I would love to have an interview with you guys about this. Now we're going to Michigan. Hell's Bridge. I didn't even know there was such a bridge in Michigan. I wonder if Tim Dennis or Dave Schrader knows that. Legend has it that Ellis Frisky, who lived in the small town of Algoma, Michigan, in the 1800s, was possessed by a demon that forced him to kill several of the town's children and then dump the bodies under a small wooden bridge in the woods. Today, this bridge is known as Hell's Bridge, and visitors claim that the screams of the unfortunate children still echo from below. Sounds like Goatman Bridge, where the animals just fucking dive to their death. Minnesota. The cannibals. European superstition and Native American spirituality collide in the legend of the cannibals of Minnesota. The disappearance of numerous people in the forest of Minnesota is a tribute to the Wendigos, giant, man-eating creatures that were once human but became possessed after engaging in cannibalistic acts. Yeah, sounds like fucking Stonehenge. Which is, what the fuck was that one thing called up in Stonehenge there? Fuck, I can't remember. It was that secret society.
I don't remember what the society is.
Yeah, I can't remember either. We're going down to Mississippi now. The Yazoo River Witch. A woman known as the Yazoo River Witch had a reputation for attacking and even killing fishermen on the banks of the Mississippi River. The alleged witch was chased out of town and died in a quicksand trap. As she was sinking, legend has it that she vowed to return in 20 years to get her revenge. Almost exactly 20 years later, a forest fire broke out near Yazoo City, burning the entire town to the ground. I don't remember that on the news whatsoever. Did it actually really happen? Somebody find me the story. Oh, Jesus. We're going over to Missouri.
Uh-huh.
The Zombie Road. Lawler Ford Road in Missouri is properly referred to as Zombie Road. It gained this mediocre due to the prevailing beliefs that various spirits and malevolent individuals haunt this particular highway. These entities range from sorrowful apparitions, emitting chilling screams, to homicidal individuals who hook and for hands. It is strongly advised to steer clear of Zombie Road to ensure personal safety. I'm sorry, but if I had to drive over the Zombie Road and I saw something like that, I'd be flooring the fucker. Let's see how many points I can get for flooring these motherfuckers. Bunch of dumbasses. Okay, back to Montana. Now, we all know the movie Scarface by Al Pacino, right?
Yeah.
Well, here's something. Scarface Cliff, which is also known as Sacrifice Cliff. The U.S., with its history of genocide against Native Americans by European colonizers, could be considered highly haunted. One case of this is Sacrifice Cliff in Montana. According to legend, the Crow tribe was ravished by smallpox in the early 19th century. Some members of the tribe jumped off the cliff, now known as Sacrifice Cliff, believing that the sacrifice of a few would save many people. It is said that their spirits still linger there. Well, I wonder why. Yeah, let's see. Thank you. That's what I was trying to remember.
Hellfire Club.
Yes. That's what the other story sounded like. Nebraska, the Heart Harvester. The small town of Portal, Nebraska, is haunted by the story of a teacher who went insane in the early 1900s. This killer teacher allegedly decapitated all of her students one day and then cut their hearts out. Legend has it that you can still hear the sounds of that bloody day if you stand in the middle of the teacher's old classroom. Yeah. Oh, the famous there's so much shit that nobody knows what the fuck the real truth is. Area 51.
Mm.
Area 51, Air Force Base, is renowned for its intriguing stories, conjectures, and conspiracies, and is considered the most famous urban legend in the United States. Hidden deep in the Mojave Desert in Nevada, this base allegedly houses an alien spacecraft and maybe even beings from outer space. Now, I know that our fucking government here, which is still a bunch of morons, is releasing a lot of stuff of aliens, alien spaceships, stuff that happened at Area 51 and everything, so the entire planet knows what the hell's going on. But the alien spacecraft part, I really don't know. I still can't put my finger on it. Due to the fact that Rockwell started all this crap and down in Mexico, and you got a whole thing going on. There's just too many odds and ends that are not matching still to this day.
Mm.
It is so ridiculous. I gave up after I got a headache to try to figure out, okay, do they have an alien spacecraft? Watching these people ask these government officials, does Area 51 actually have an alien spacecraft sitting there before Area 51 was actually built? Due to the fact of the Roswell incident. Still don't get a goddamn answer from these idiots. New Hampshire. Beautiful state, by the way. I have family that probably still lives there, or they're probably dead. I don't know which. In the 19th century, the chief of the Pasquaqui Indians, Chocora, witnessed the death of his son, allegedly poisoned by European settlers who invaded their land. Legend has it that Chocora cursed the settlers and their dependencies. Mysteriously, murders, violent storms, and inaccessible cattle plagues haunted the settlers for generations. For the weather part, not so much. I mean, they don't really get violent storms that I've seen. Unless it's, coming from Canada, and Canada decides to take a big fucking white dump on New Hampshire and everybody else. That's probably like the only violent storms they get is fucking snow. From Canada taking a big shit on them. They got a big white flurry shit. We're going over to New Jersey. Or as I call it, Dirty Jersey. Vile Voyager. A disturbing urban legend has recently been circulating among New Jersey residents. In 2014, a wealthy family bought a multi-million-dollar home there, but before they moved in, they received disturbing letters from someone calling himself the Watcher. The letters warn them of a second coming. Asked about the occupants of the street side bedrooms, and cryptology referred to what's in the walls. The terrified BROADDUS family never moved in, and the Watcher remains unidentified. Yeah. can understand the Watcher maybe being at Skinwalker Ranch, but in Dirty Jersey, there's a Watcher there too. That's some funky shit. And I was just talking about Roswell and that Area 51 story, and here it is. Here, Roswell's extraterrestrials in New Mexico. Roswell, New Mexico is a hotspot for alien fabrications. Thanks to a 1947 incident, a farmer discovered inexplicable wreckage near the town, sparking a flurry of official statements and hasty redactions. This fueled endless theories about alien encounters and possibly government knowledge of extraterrestrial life on Earth. Yeah. Now, if Area 51 actually has an alien spacecraft, how about you showing it to us? Because a while back, a Navy ship on the waters, traveling along, doing its job, actually caught a fucking UFO on their damn radars, and it went fucking nuts. Straight through everything. So I don't know if the government's trying to keep that hush-hush from these Navy guys that actually saw what the fuck they saw. Even the fighter jets up in the air saw the same fucking thing. I don't know. Let's see. What number am I on now? 33. Story number 33. New York's Montauk Project. Legend has it that the Montauk Project, a supposedly classified government operation in Montauk, New York, conducted successful experiments in a psychological warfare, brainwashing, and even time travel in the 1980s. Al Bielek, an alleged project participant, claims to have recovered repressed memories of his involvement, including his time as a soldier in World War II before traveling back to the 1980s. That to me sounds like mumbo jumbo that a therapist would do. That got his license, that got his or her license out of a Kmart special or a Cracker Jack box. Oh, now we're going to North Carolina. The Beast of Baldenborough. Sorry. In 1953, a frightening creature terrified the town of Baldenborough, North Carolina, known as the Beast of Baldenborough. This enormous cat-like monster first preyed on dogs roaming the nearby woods. But then it went after humans. Authorities eventually killed a bobcat that took the blame for the attacks. Well, of course. Nevertheless, the locals continue to doubt this explanation and no longer ventured into the forest after sunset. Well, sounds like they got their own Area 51 and Bermuda Triangle. Blame it on a bobcat. Or something the local authorities said. What? Seriously? Bunch of goofballs. Oh, here's a good one. North Dakota's portal to hell. I think that's in every state right now.
Yeah.
Or this fucking planet. There's a portal to hell. Tagus, North Dakota, a remote town barely populated since its founding, has a chilling tale. In 2001, a supposed satanic coven disguised as a Lutheran church allegedly burned down their house of worship, opening a portal to hell. It is said that ghosts and demons still haunt the area. I highly doubt it. Who would want to burn down a worship house if you worship in it every single day, week, month, year? Why would you burn it down?
I don't know.
Okay, I didn't know there was a town called this. Helltown in Ohio, which is right next door to us. The Ohio town, originally known as Boston Mills, is now anonymously referred to as Helltown. What a name change. Yeah, no shit. The area was abruptly bought out and vacated by the government in the 1970s. Theories about this sudden more started to emerge, and they range from secret chemical experiments that have spawned mutants to the presence of a relentless serial killer targeting school children. Well, if that area is spawning mutants, sign me up. I wouldn't mind having that type of strength and power. Should I continue reading, or do you want to...
You can continue.
Okay. Shaman's Portal in Oklahoma. Oklahoma is often associated with its agricultural landscape, but it is also home to Beaver Dunes National Park. What a name for a national park. Name it after something below the belt. It is rumored that the park was built on a Native American burial site, which led to numerous disappearances in the area. These missing person cases gave the area the nickname Shaman's Portal. You know, there's been a lot of things about certain lands, certain properties, and they always refer to Native Americans or natives or whatever tribe that's been out there.
Yeah.
Now, I know that a lot of people will say, well, yeah, it's actually true. It's actually documented. There's some lands that are never documented and don't know if it's true or not. So I think that's a bit of like a seesaw. But is one part of the seesaw actually true? Is the other seesaw false? Or vice versa? Is the one that's false true and the one that's true is false? There's just so many unanswered questions on each side. That road can go so many different directions. Who's actually going to find out the real truth to all these roads of, was it Native American? Was it a tribal land? Was it this? Was it that? Is there anything here? Is there not anything here? Don't know. Oregon's Bandage Man. Is this the new version of the mommy? An unfortunate victim of a horrific sawmill accident near the Pacific coast of Oregon is said to haunt the streets of Canyon Beach to this day. The ghostly figure wrapped like a mummy and also known as the Bandage Man apparently has a habit of jumping in front of passing vehicles, making them crash. Too bad that wasn't a song. Bandage Man. You get the Rubber Band Man, and now you got the Bandage Man. That'll be a hell of a song. Seriously. Oh, and now we're going 8 hours down the other direction. Right here in PA.
Uh-huh.
Philadelphia. The Wandering Bus. The story of the supernatural bus in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, which is now becoming Route 66 backwards, is considered by some to be evidence of a real-life purgatory. It is said that this bus is only visible to people who have lost all hope in life. Those who climb on board are considered unfortunate souls doomed to spend the rest of their days in endless transit. That's what usually happens when your physical body dies and your spirit just like jumps on. It's like, ooh, cool, I can play. That's endless right there. Not on a fucking bus. Unless you die on a bus and then you have endless transit on a fucking bus. Oh, and now we go to Rhode Island. Beautiful place. If you go to Providence, you got a nice, wonderful beach. You got the carousel. You have wonderful food over there. There's a place I used to go out there called Snuffy's. Fucking great food ever. Nice atmosphere. Of course, walking up the freaking driveway hill, because that's the only way you can get up there if you don't have a vehicle, it's a pain in the ass. Because you have to watch for idiots coming around the goddamn bend, and then you have to watch for idiots coming up your ass. Because they don't pay attention. The Rhode Island's Vampire Panic. The ill-fated town of Exeter, Rhode Island, was decimated by a tuberculosis pandemic in the 1800s. Back then, not as much was known about tuberculosis as it is today, and rumors circulated that the disease was caused by vampires. Excuse me? Can I have scientific facts of that, please? One of you idiots over here want to go get me scientific facts, please? Because this just sounds fucking ridiculous. Okay, here we go to South Carolina now. And the topic is Buried Alive in South Carolina. Ding, 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 ding. In South Carolina, there is a legend about Julia Langer, who fell into a coma and was mistakenly buried alive. Years later, her remains were found outside her casket in the mausoleum. It is believed that she woke up, escaped from her coffin, but was trapped inside the burial chamber. To this day, a stubborn crack appears in the door of the mausoleum. And no matter how many times the door is replaced, the crack keeps coming back. Well, here's an idea, and maybe a suggestion for you fucking morons. When you replace the door, open up the door and tell Julia, hey, we're not those people that buried you alive while you were in a coma back in whatever year. Doors open, just walk on out. Then wait about 12 hours, 24 hours, go back, shut the doors, wait another 24 hours, and see if the door got a crack in it again. Ta-da! Oh, I cannot pronounce this in South Dakota. Sica Hollow is known as the most haunted place in South Dakota. According to Native American legends, the red tangled swampland that spreads across the hollow was created by blood gushing from the ground. Throughout history, Hollow has been a place where people have repeatedly disappeared. Some locals believe that these unfortunate souls were either swallowed up by the blood-filled pools or carried off by evil spirits. Can we send that place to Massachusetts and everywhere else except for here? Just to get rid of all the fucking idiots? That'd be nice. Oh, and here goes this story. Now, this is down in Tennessee, but I know we have seen it on Ghost Adventures, I believe. The Bell Witch.
Yeah.
Now, Ghost Adventures, I don't remember exactly where it was. I don't know if it was Tennessee or some other state or overseas. But this one here is in Tennessee. The Bell Witch in Tennessee is a real place where a whole series of atrocities are said to have taken place. John Bell bought the land in the early 19th century, but soon regretted it after he and his family were visited by a terrifying monster. The infamous Bell Witch, a beast with the head of a rabbit and the body of a dog, terrorized the family in their sleep, lurking in the surrounding wilderness and warning them of murders and plagues. Now we've seen the Bell Witch, we've watched Ghost Adventures about it. Nothing was mentioned like what this is.
Yeah.
I mean, what was the guy was like the third generation or fifth generation on Ghost Adventures?
Yeah, something like that.
He never described what the Bell Witch actually looks like compared to this story. Saying a head of a rabbit and a body of a dog. What is it? It's a rat dog? Doesn't make any sense to me. And I need to take a drink because my mouth is drier than sandpaper. Find my bottle. And that was story number 43 out of 51. You got anything else over there?
Let's see.
Oh, excuse me. Because my mouth is drier than sandpaper. If not, I can do the other two stories another time, and we can go into the dreams. But don't worry, guys. All the stories that I just read will be up on the website and everything. Which is, let me get to here. Where is it? which if you look right there, that's the website right there. http double dot backslash backslash EPPS2021 dot great dash site dot net backslash enter.html. There'll be a couple of buttons. One will say subscribe to our channel for free. And then there's a button that says enter website. Everything will be there on the front page. On the right hand side down, just look for EPPS 2021 PDF formats or PDF stories and everything. I will make sure I have them up there. Just not right away. It will take me a little time because of the programming codes that I have to do for each story. Wow, this thing's way back. There we go. Alright, what do we got? Oh yes, and by the way, I forgot to say this at the beginning of the show, and I'm surprised our moderator didn't say anything about it.
Huh?
But what you see in the background here, these three ugly curtains, are actually the windows, and my other computer back here, which is my workshop computer, and then behind Paralore, on her right hand side is the bathroom, on her left hand side is going out the studio. This is only temporary setup for right now. The maintenance guy has to come in here, access the light that's up there on the ceiling because the damn thing flickers. Once he puts a new light and everything, it's up and set. What you see now will be reversed back to how the other videos used to look. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that earlier. And our moderator didn't say, "Hey, you went back to the old shit. What the fuck?" I was waiting for that. But don't worry, it's only temporary. I don't know when it's going to get done. Hopefully next week. And then I get to spend 2.5 days breaking everything down, and then another 3 days putting everything back together and getting it to work properly.
Let's see. We're going to do Supernatural Suites.
Ooh.
50 of America's most haunted hotels.
Well, let's see. For hotels, it was the Goldfield Hotel in Nevada,
Yeah.
Mizpah Hotel, shit, I can't remember the other one that was in Nevada. The Washoe Club, which
Yeah.
is like a hotel. We know those are 3 haunted places.
In the shadows of America's history, tucked away within the walls of historic buildings, restless spirits continue to stir. These are the most haunted hotels in America, where the past lingers through ghostly apparitions, strange sounds, unseen forces, and unexplained phenomena. Let's see, what do we have? We go to Estes Park, Colorado.
Oh yeah, Stanley Hotel.
Yeah, that's number 1.
I forgot about that one.
Stanley Hotel, immortalized in Stephen King's cinematic masterpiece, The Shining, is steeped in eerie legends. It invites guests to embark on ghost tours and explore the enigmatic underground tunnels beneath its halls. Within these haunted halls, the ghosts of F.O. Stanley, the hotel's original owner, and his wife, elegantly attired, are said to roam, often appearing on the grand staircase. and in public areas. And suppose you find yourself near the piano when it starts playing on its own accord. In that case, you'll quickly realize that supernatural occurrences are just part of the everyday experience at the Stanley Hotel. Long Beach, California. The Queen Mary. This iconic ocean liner, transformed into a hotel, brims of chilling stories, but none are more renowned than the legend of Stateroom B340. In this room, where a gentleman reportedly met his demise, his spirit is believed to linger, playing mischievous pranks on unsuspecting guests. Hotel staff have recounted weird experiences, witnessing people inexplicably fading into nothingness and disappearing figures engaged in playful activities by the poolside.
And to think, I just watched the video of that boat from Omar Gosh TV and the FAM's YouTube channel, and I thought it was just the same way when Zach did it with Ghost Adventures. But when I heard that it was turned into a hotel, I'm like, what?
It's been a hotel.
It's like, since when did it become a hotel on water now? It's something I never even saw a story of on the internet for that.
It's been
whatsoever.
a hotel.
And I'm like, wow. But yet now on, I think, the third floor, which would be the third deck, there's a conference room that's also haunted now. And none of the members want to stay in there long enough to have a meeting.
What's this?
But yet there was nothing about any information of the room number you just gave. I don't think I've ever seen any investigator actually go to that room and do the investigation yet. And I'm waiting for that. I want to see if what you read is actually true about that room.
Yeah.
On that boat. Literally. I'm still waiting for that video.
We go to Washington, D.C. The Omni Shoreham.
Never heard of it.
While the Omni Shoreham Hotel boasts a history of accommodating presidents and dignitaries, the ghastly occupants truly distinguished it. In the Ghost Suite, offering panoramic views of D.C., the lingering spirits of two former residents, whose fate unfolded within its walls during its days as a family residence, are said to dwell. Accounts of paranormal activity include unexplained movements of housekeeping carts and peculiar temperature and wind anomalies, adding an otherworldly dimension in its historic establishment. St. Francisville, Louisiana. The Myrtles Plantation.
That place is like
General
a flip-flop.
David Bradford ran the plantation in solitude for years, separated from his family. In 1800, after presidential pardon by John Adams, due to his role in the Whiskey Rebellion, his family finally joined him. Passing through different owners, the plantation evolved into a ghost-infested bed and breakfast, earning a reputation as one of the South's most haunted hotels, featured in books, national publications, and TV shows. Hence, Ghost Adventures.
Ghost hunters.
The Myrtles Plantation is renowned as a distinguished hotel and a prime destination for ghost enthusiasts. Gloria, you still here? I don't know what Paramike is doing. So, how's everyone's day going? I've been alright. Today I woke up in one of my moods. That's our little one in the background. Oh, I guess Gloria isn't here. Anyway, back to what I was reading. Las Vegas, Nevada. The Flamingo.
Whores and gambling, that's Nevada.
With the presence of the Louisiana Strip, dating back to the mid-19th century, the Flamingo has changed hands numerous times. An intriguing legend surrounds the hotel's early investor. The notorious mobster Bugsy Siegel, who joined forces with developer William Wilkerson in the 1940s. Even though Seagal made a violent end shortly after the hotel's opening, his spirit is believed to linger in the Chapel Gardens, where the Bugsley Memorial now stands, showcasing that even from beyond the grave, he maintains his grip on the property.
It's got to be one tight grip.
Yeah.
Bugsy.
Vicksburg, Mississippi. Duff Green Mansion. Built in 1856 by a cotton broker for entertaining the antebellum South. The Duff Green Mansion served as a Civil War hospital for Union and Confederate soldiers. Over time, it transformed into a soldier's rest home, orphanage, and Salvation Army headquarters before becoming a bed and breakfast. With blood stains still visible on some floors, the mansion is believed to be inhabited by two ghosts, a Confederate soldier and the spirit of young Annie Green, who passed away at the age of 6 within its walls. We go to Austin, Texas. The Driscoll Hotel. Austin's oldest operating hotel, a vulnerable establishment at 136 years old, has accrued its fair share of ghostly tales. One story centers around Samantha, a young girl who tragically fell to her death on the grand staircase, but still lingers in the shadows. They say her laughter echoes as she chases a ball down the steps, destined to relive her fatal accident. Another haunting account recounts the deaths of two brides in room 525, occurring in different decades on the same ominous day. Of dominant presence, however, is the spirit of Colonel Jesse Driscoll, the hotel's original owner, who occasionally appears to oversee his enduring creation.
Nothing wrong with the former owner coming to look at his building.
No. Yeah, I don't think Gloria's on.
That's okay.
Chicago, Illinois. We go to next. The Congress Plaza Hotel. Since the 1893 Chicago World's Fair, this landmark in the South Loop has welcomed historic figures, from presidents to celebrities and even infamous gangsters. Yet some guests have chosen not to depart, leaving behind otherworldly legends. These special residents, and they got special in quotations, include Al Capone, Peg Leg Johnny, and a young boy reportedly thrown from the 12th story by his mother. Room 411 in particular is renowned for numerous terrifying accounts, often leading frightened guests to call both security and the front desk for assistance. On to Los Angeles, California. The Hollywood Roosevelt. This trendy hotel haunted... Bleh.
Take a shot, she fucked up.
This trendy Hollywood hotspot has consistently been a hub for the living to see and be seen. But it appears the allure also extends to the afterlife. Legendary actress Marilyn Monroe is rumored to appear in her beloved haunt, often near the pool area. In addition, ghosts, guests have shared accounts of hearing the sounds of Golden Age Hollywood star Montgomery Clift, known for playing his bugle in the hotel's corridors during his time there.
Marilyn Monroe, the fancy floozy.
On to Santa Fe, New Mexico. The La Fonda on the Plaza. Although the establishment was constructed in 1922, the site has a history of hosting inns where gruesome events, including murders, unfolded. Here you might see the ghost of the Honorable John P. Slough, a judge who passed away in a shooting incident in 1867, occasionally conversing with hotel patrons. Other spirits include a businessman who squandered his fortune and took his own life, and a bride murdered by a jealous ex on her wedding night, with her spirit often making appearances in room 510, fittingly the wedding suite. On to Savannah, Georgia, the Marshall House. Once utilized as a hospital during yellow fever outbreaks in the mid-1800s and for treating wounded Civil War soldiers, the Marshall House has drawn reports of phantom sightings along its narrow corridors. Occasionally, guests have recounted incidences of hearing children's laughter when no young visitors were present and witnessing faucets spontaneously activating. In October, the hotel fully embraces its haunted reputation, offering special Halloween packages that include discounts for local ghost tours, making it an enticing offer for those seeking a spine-tingling experience.
Chilling.
Next to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the Pfister Hotel.
The Pfister Hotel.
Charles Pfister, the hotel's owner,
I'm sure his wife enjoyed that one.
loved this establishment so much that his spirit allegedly remains, providing guests with a more paranormal form of room service by roaming the halls. Major League Baseball players have had their share of spine-tingling experiences here, from hearing strange noises and self-activating electronics to eerie touches. While some players opt to steer clear, the bravest among them might find themselves amid a chilling home run. That was a stupid pun.
That's probably how that law firm got started. I don't know if you remember the old commercials back in the 80s of this law firm called Pfister and Pfister.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where they got the name from. From the guy that owned it. Pfister! Mr. Pfister and Pfister.
On to Salem, Massachusetts.
Oh, yeah, we get to take a second trip back.
The Hawthorne Hotel.
Yeah.
The Hawthorne Hotel has a storied history. Built in 1925, it's said to have attracted spirits over the years, drawn to its elegant charm. One of the peculiar affairs at the Hawthorne Hotel involves reports of a woman in a long, old-fashioned dress who appears on the staircase only to vanish into thin air when approached, leaving guests and staff members baffled by her appearance. Many guests have reported the presence of unseen entities late at night.
So you've been there plenty of times then, huh?
Coronado, California. The Hotel del Coronado. Nestled in the picturesque Coronado Beach, the iconic beachfront hotel symbolizes the San Diego area. It is also renowned for its friendly resident ghost, Kate Morgan. Kate, who arrived on Thanksgiving Day in 1892, awaiting a gentleman who never came, took her own life after 5 days of waiting. Guests staying in her room have recounted incidents of flickering lights, mysterious breezes, and doors closing on their own. In contrast, others have reported glimpsing her taking leisurely walks along the beach.
Sounds like the same story of Jerusha Howell. Talk about coinky dinks. And holy crap, the sirens are going off already. Holy shit. Wow.
On to Clare, Michigan. The Doherty Hotel. Established in the 1920s, the Doherty Hotel gained notoriety as a speakeasy, clandestine gambling den, and a favorite haunt of gangsters during the Prohibition era.
You mean Prohibition?
Yeah. Presently, it's reputed to be haunted by a phantom cast. Among them is the restless spirit of Isaiah Lebov, a member of Detroit's infamous Purple Gang, who was shot by his business partner at the Doherty Hotel bar. Additionally, visitors should lend an ear to Helen Doherty, the former family matriarch, as paranormal investigators have purportedly captured her voice, communicating from the realm beyond. Now we go back to Massachusetts, to Fall River. The Lizzie Borden Bed and Breakfast. The Lizzie Borden house, infamous for the gruesome double homicide in 1892, is now one of the most haunted inns in the U.S. Ghost enthusiasts flock here, hoping to make contact with the spirits of Andrew and Abby Borden, Lizzie's father and stepmother. Strange happenings like slamming doors, whispering voices, and crying have been reported. And there have been sightings of a woman in Victorian attire tending to cleaning tasks throughout the house.
I don't know, between the Lizzie Borden house and the Freemasons, I would have to say they're probably tied. To be honest with you, outside of the Lizzie Borden house is the most excellent haunted places in the entire state of Massachusetts. Nah, I think it's tied with the Freemasons as well.
Yeah.
In the same location. So, sorry to burst your bubbles, but between the Lizzie Borden house, bed and breakfast, and the Masons place, they're both tied. Sorry. I might have to do a little bit more research, guys.
Oklahoma City. Oklahoma, that is. The Skirvin Hilton Hotel. The hotel, inaugurated in 1911 as the city's premier luxury establishment, harbors a dark tale involving owner W.B. Skirwin's affair with a maid named Effie, resulting in her pregnancy. To hush up the scandal, Effie was confined to an upper floor room where she gave birth before ending her life and that of her baby by leaping from a window. Since then, guests and staff have told horrifying experiences like hearing a baby's cry, glimpsing a spectral woman, and feeling chilling touches in the corridors and rooms. Some NBA players who have lodged here even attribute their poor performances to the lingering presence of Effie's ghost. Onward to Florida. Coral Gables. The Biltmore Hotel. The Biltmore Hotel, inaugurated in 1926, was initially an opulent resort and golf retreat, frequented by luminaries and dignitaries like Babe Ruth, Judy Garland, and the Duke and Duchess of Windsor. The property became a military hospital during World War II, later transitioning into a veterans ward. Some remnants remain despite its lavish restoration to four-star splendor in the 1980s. Present-day visitors report alarming encounters, from the spirits of nurses and wounded soldiers to the specter of jazz-age gangster Thomas Fatty Walsh, who met his demise at a party on the 13th floor. On to Texas. San Antonio, Texas. The Emily Morgan Hotel. San Antonio holds more than just the Alamo within its haunted history. Designed in 1924 as a cutting-edge medical arts facility, the Emily Morgan Hotel once operated as a hospital, complete with surgical floors and a crematorium. Guests have shared tales of strange experiences, such as flickering lights, unexplained phone calls, video cameras capturing mystic orbs. A woman clad in all white has been seen vanishing and reappearing in a blink. Some visitors claim to hear the faint clatter of hospital carts outside their rooms, while others detect strong antiseptic and hospital-like odors on the 14th floor.
Wonder what type of odors.
On to Tilton, New Hampshire. Tilton Inn. Over its nearly 150-year history, the Tilton Inn has weathered multiple hardships, enduring 3 devastating fires. Presently, the resident ghost is said to be Laura, a 12-year-old guest who lost her life in one of these blazes. Laura's spirit is believed to linger in the Sanborn Room, offering opportunities for those interested in feeling her presence. Despite its tumultuous past, the inn has transformed into a delightful vacation spot, complete with a pub and restaurant, nestled into the historic town of Tilton.
Yeah, and everybody's got the tilt.
On to Manchester Village, Vermont. The Equinox Resort.
I wonder if they got that name from Chevy. Equinox.
Adorning the walls of the Equinox Resort, the enigmatic photograph captures what is believed to be a ghost, added to the hotel's mysterious ambience. Established in 1769, the hotel's haunted lore also encompasses Mary Todd Lincoln, the wife of Abraham Lincoln, and her sons, with guests sharing accounts of sightings resembling her and recounting peculiar events, such as the unexplained movements of objects, including a rocking chair. The haunting tales continue to intrigue visitors to this historic establishment. Three Forks, Montana. How fast can you drive?
Montana, how fast can you drive?
The Sacagawea Hotel.
Sacagawea.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In 1910, John Q. Adams built the hotel primarily as a resting spot for train travelers and crew, but he made it his eternal abode. His ghost has been sighted by guests, lingering in the hotel's lobby and grand staircase, and some even recounting nocturnal visits to their rooms. Occupying him is the ghost of a female housekeeper who materializes from thin air and promptly vanishes into a wall, seemingly searching for a closet that no longer exists. If that's not enough to give you the chills, reports of strange lights and unexplained noises have prompted multiple guests to summon the local police department to investigate these unsettling occurrences.
Mm-hmm.
On to Jekyll Island, Georgia. The Jekyll Island Club Resort. So much has happened at the Jekyll Island Club Resort that it's hard to believe that people are still willing to visit. From inexplicably cold areas that remind you of the Sixth Sense, to ghosts taste testing coffee drinks. Okay. The ghost stories are endless. There have also been reports of a bellman who assists guests vanishes before their eyes, leaving a disturbing feeling among those who encounter him. On to Denver, Colorado.
And I think you said my favorite thing.
Yeah.
I would have been traveling there and doing that. Woohoo!
The Brown Palace Hotel. From the picture, it's brown, but it's not a palace.
Looks like a turd.
Guest accounts at the Brown Palace Hotel detail witnessing the silhouette of a man who passed away within the hotel's walls, often appearing near the elevators and leaving visitors uneasy. People also said that they've seen furniture moving independently and faucets turning on and off by themselves. Those who stay at the Brown Palace Hotel describe the sensation of being watched, contributing to the hotel's reputation as a spooky destination. Back to Washington, D.C. The Hay Adams. This luxurious hotel in the nation's capital carries an unusual warning. The scent of almonds can signal something unnerving. Okay. Named after former residents John Hay and Henry Adams, the Italian Renaissance style hotel, which opened in 1928, now houses a famous ghost, Clover Adams. Henry's wife is believed to be behind doors opening and closing, music playing by itself, and faint sobs in the walls, all occupied by the lingering scent of almonds, reminder of her death. On to Baltimore, Maryland. The Lord Baltimore Hotel. The Lord Baltimore Hotel was built in an elegant French Renaissance style with brick and limestone. Unfortunately, its height has a devastating history. During the Great Depression, individuals reportedly leaped to their deaths from the 19th floor rooftop deck. A particularly haunting incident involved the family who jumped, including their young daughter. Guests claimed to hear her playing with a rubber ball or sense it bouncing on their beds. Adding to the eerie atmosphere, the hotel's elevator occasionally ascends to the 19th floor without any buttons being pushed, heightening the supernatural reputation of the place.
Sounds like the elevator's possessed by mugwais.
To Bethany Beach, Delaware. Addie C. The Addie C bed and breakfast guarantees a spooky stay, with paranormal tales centered around rooms 1, 6, and 11. Room 1 features a disconcerting shaking bathtub. Room 6 resonates with spooky organ music despite the absence of an instrument. And Paul Delaney, a former employee, haunts room 11. As night falls, guests report ghosts sprinting in the hallways and phantom perfume scents, while an unseen instrument plays an enigmatic melody in the corridors. On the roof, the echoing footsteps of Ernie Addy, who passed on, add to the ambience. Tonopah, Nevada.
The Mizpah Hotel?
Yep.
Yay!
The Mizpah Hotel, which debuted in 1907 during Tonopah's mining boom, was a lavish and towering establishment, marking Nevada's tallest hotel at 5 stories. Its enduring fame lies in the legend of the Lady in Red, a former worker who died in the hands of a jealous lover. Her presence lingers, especially in her old quarters, now divided into rooms 502, 503, and 504, where rooms may experience frightening whispers. For those seeking a spooky stay, the Mizpah Hotel is conveniently located near the world-famous Clown Hotel, adding to the supernatural allure of Tonopah.
Not only is the Lady in Red still at the Mizpah Hotel, but also Governor Pittman's spirit is still at the Mizpah Hotel as well. I'm surprised nobody talks about that anymore.
On to Bisbee, Arizona. The
That's a
Copper
creepy
Queen
little town.
Hotel.
That's a creepy little town.
The Copper Queen Hotel, Arizona's oldest continuously operating hotel since its construction in 1902, boasts a scary history filled with old inhabitants. Among them, the most prominent is the ghost of Julia Lowell, a prostitute, lady of the night, from the early 1920s and 30s, who is said to have ended her life in room 315 after tumultuous run-in with a client. Alongside her, the ghost of a young boy, whose mother was employed at the hotel is thought to haunt the premises, with sad tales exist suggesting that he met his demise while swimming in the nearby San Pedro River. Grand. Rapid City, South Dakota. The Hotel Alex Johnson. The historic hotel, blending Native American and Germanic influences in its design, has provided travelers a unique experience for over 75 years. Alongside this rich history, it has welcomed a few spectral guests into the mix, such as the Lady in White, a sorrowful bride who is said to have plunged to her death from a hotel window, and the lingering presence of the hotel's founder, Alex Johnson. Adventurous guests can opt for the Ghost Package Adventures, complete with a K2 meter ghost detector to enhance their creepy encounters.
And to think, I have a wish list of paranormal equipment. I got one of those on there. One of them little ghost meters, the white and red top one.
Eureka Springs, Arkansas.
Eureka!
The 1886 Crescent Hotel and Spa. As America's most haunted hotel, this establishment dates back to 1886, when it served as an Ozarks retreat for the wealthy. It turned dark during the Depression, transferring into a fraudulent doctor's cancer treatment center. Now a hotel, the spirits of those who perished there linger, leading to numerous paranormal reports from guests. The imposing palatial structure looms over Eureka Springs from Crescent Mountain, embracing its haunted reputation by offering ghost tours and a Spirits of the Crescent Hotel package, complete with fun and amenities for enthusiasts of the supernatural. On to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Historic Hotel Bethlehem. With its rich history of hospitality, the Historic Hotel Bethlehem has attracted some long-lasting guests of its own. Among them is a 19th century stage performer who still enjoys captivating audiences in the lobby. An 18th century cabinet maker and the former landlord of the Eagle Hotel, which once stood on the same site and had a somewhat scandalous reputation, thanks to her aversion in stockings and shoes. If you're eager to meet these spirits, book Room with a Boo. Okay. On the 9th floor, specifically room 932, where numerous guests have previously reported paranormal experiences. On to New York City, New York.
Where the trash is trash.
The Hotel Chelsea. The historic Hotel Chelsea, once home to artists like Patti Smith and Andy Warhol, is believed to be haunted by guests Sid Vicious, not the wrestler, and Dylan Thomas. Despite renovations and reopening, former occupants and staff report ongoing paranormal events tied to these figures. Then there's Mary, a Titanic survivor. She's known for haunting the 5th floor. On to Granville, Ohio. The Buxton Inn. Hotel's oldest continuously operating inn and tavern for over 200 years. Is known for its resident ghosts. Major Buxton, the inn's namesake, lingers as his ghostly silhouette appears in photos, and the scent of his pipe fills the air. If you catch the smell of gardenias, it's believed to be the ghost of an opera singer who passed away at the inn. The inn offers ghost tours in the fall and winter, along with special paranormal rites for guests early in the new year. On to Lawrence, Kansas. Eldridge Hotel. The Eldridge Hotel, originally the Free State Hotel, built in 1855, endured 2 devastating fires. It later transitioned into apartments in 1970. It was eventually restored to its original glory as a hotel in 1980. Alongside its history, the Eldridge is renowned for its alleged hauntings, with the particular focus on the 5th floor, especially room 506. Guests and staff have frequently reported inexplicable cold spots and the sense of a presence on this floor. Preston, Connecticut. Captain Grant's Inn. Captain Grant's Inn sits adjacent to a cemetery, creating an eerie ambience. Although the current owner, Carol Matsumoto, didn't initially market the inn as haunted, it gained a reputation for having ghosts over time. Matsumoto, who also resides next door, wrote a book about the property, claiming that numerous ghosts linger in the inn and her home. Despite the spooky tales, guests can enjoy a stay in one of the 7 rooms, complete with a full breakfast and complimentary drinks to calm their nerves, all while surrounded by a potentially haunted atmosphere. Deadwood, South Dakota. The historic Fairmont Hotel, where Ghost Hunters was at.
Ghost Adventures.
Yeah.
They both were there.
Established in 1895, the Fairmont Hotel once operated as a bordello and saloon, but now offers ghost tours and houses a restaurant. The hotel history includes Margaret Broadwater, a former bordello worker who allegedly jumped to her death from a third-floor window upon discovering her pregnancy, with guests reporting her phantom presence. 3 other ghosts haunt the premises, including 2 men who died on the same night in a jealous rage, and a young boy who occasionally appears in guest photographs. On to St. Charles, Illinois. Hotel Baker. The Hotel Baker, with its waterfront location on the Fox River since 1928, holds a tragic legend. It tells of a chambermaid who, after being jilted at the altar, is said to have jumped into the Fox River. Her ghost is believed to occupy the 6th-floor penthouse, once the chambermaid's quarters. Guests who dare to stay may experience startling sounds of sobbing or find their bedsheets ruffled during the night.
So spirits were getting freaky.
On to Gooding, Idaho, sorry. The University Inn. The University Inn, once a college dorm for Gooding College students when it opened in 1917, later served as a tuberculosis hospital in 1846. Local legends claim that a nurse took her life by jumping from the attic, and her ghost is believed to linger on the property. While the building was abandoned after the tuberculosis outbreak, it has since been converted into a hotel, frequently hosting family reunions and large gatherings. The current owner has experienced being shushed by an unknown voice while decorating for Christmas, and hearing a child's voice calling for their mother when no children were present. We go to New Orleans, Louisiana. The Hotel Provincial. The Hotel Provincial, under the same family's ownership in 1961, boasts vintage architecture, charming courtyards, and a French Quarter locale near Bourbon Street. The property's history traces back to a grant by King Louis X and V. XV.
That's the 15th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And it once housed a military hospital in the 1700s. In the dimly lit rooms, some ghosts, some guests claim to hear moans believed to be the spirits of injured soldiers. There are also reports of a female ghost apparition, possibly a nurse, continuing to care for her patients beyond life. Baltimore, Maryland. The Admiral Fell Inn.
Sounds like it hurts.
The Admiral Fell Inn dates back to the 1770s, when it originally served as a sailor's boarding house. Awful events like a devastating fire and its role as a Civil War morgue have contributed to its haunted reputation. There have since been reports of unknown footsteps, whispers, and laughter believed to be linked to the restless spirits of soldiers, sailors, and past residents. For those intrigued by the supernatural, the inn offers ghost tours and paranormal investigators, allowing brave visitors to delve into its haunted history and come up against these phenomena firsthand. On to Charleston, South Carolina. The Battery Carriage House Inn. Nestled in Charleston's Battery District, the Battery Carriage House Inn exudes historic charm and a touch of the supernatural. Room 8 is notorious for paranormal activity. Reports of a weird gray mass, a headless torso, and an uncanny feeling of evil spirits. St. Louis, Missouri. The Lemp Mansion. Which Ghost Adventures was at too. The Lemp Mansion Inn and Restaurant in St. Louis is a regular on haunted hotel lists. Built in the 1860s, it housed the Lemp family, known for brewing success and personal tragedies. Multiple mysterious deaths, including Frederick Lemp in 1901 and William Lemp in 1904, have left their mark. Stories of paranormal phenomena throughout the mansion include voices, door bangs, phantom footsteps, full-bodied ghosts, and poltergeist activity. Cody, Wyoming. Buffalo, Buffalo Bills Irma Hotel. The Irma Hotel, named after Buffalo Bill, Cody's daughter, opened in 1902 with Buffalo Bill himself as a frequent guest. His spirit is believed to linger, with people saying the water faucets turn on and off alone, items move by themselves, creating a disconcerting yet welcoming atmosphere for travelers on their way to Yellowstone National Park. The hotel's rich history and supposed friendly guests make it a unique stop for those exploring the Wild West. Nashville, Indiana. The Story Inn. The Story Inn, originally a general store and baby carriage manufacturer, now offers 15 unique lodging units, including a cottage converted from a grain mill with a horse trough bathtub. Guests often come across incidents like falling glasses, slamming doors, and mysterious window reflections. The garden is rumored to be haunted by a woman in a white or blue gown, believed to be Dr. Story's mistress, the hotel's founder in 1851. For those seeking sustenance after ghost hunting, the inn's restaurant serves up delicious fresh smoked meats. Jerome, Arizona. The Jerome Grand Hotel. The Jerome Grand Hotel was originally constructed in 1926 as a hospital in the thriving mining town, overlooking the Verde Valley. As the town's fortunes waned, the hospital saw over 9,000 patient deaths. It closed in 1950, sat abandoned, and then later transformed into a hotel in the 1990s. Despite updates, many original elements, including the elevator, remain, along with the spirits of former patients. Guests may hear the abnormal squeaking of gurney wheels in the hallways and experience heightened paranormal activity on the third floor, formerly the operating room.
Ghost Adventures has been there.
Yep.
And with Gary Golka and Billy Tully. Let's see. Gary Golka made a new jacket that can detect heat and cold temperatures. I can't remember the guy's name that works there. I don't even know if he's still there. But they were up on, I think, was like the second or third floor. I don't remember how high the building was. But they heard a door slam and it sounded like a huge ass gunshot. That building's got a lot of histories. Not only did the patients pass away there, but there was a couple of people. One of them was this guy's friend that the elevator took his head off. And there was another friend of his that hung himself from a pipe in the building.
Guthrie, Oklahoma. The Stone Lion Inn. Ghost Adventures was there.
Yeah. And that woman freaked him the fuck out. It was hilarious.
Guthrie, Oklahoma is rich in ghostly tales, but none are as captivating as those that unfold within the historic Stone Lion Inn. Over time, this address had worn multiple hats. From a mortuary to a family residence, each chapter contributing to its own somber narrative in the inn's history. Visitors have recounted experiencing sudden chills, hearing enigmatic melodies from music boxes, and a myriad of other perplexing events, adding to the inn's mystique. Bardstown, Kentucky.
And the woman that runs it still freaks the shit out of Zach.
Jailer's Inn.
She scares me.
Originally a country jail spanning the late 1700s through the late 1900s, this charming 9-room bed and breakfast still harbors some former residents, though they're not among the living. Among the most infamous spirits is Martin Hill, a murderer who met his demise in jail while awaiting execution. A mischievous young boy's spirit also finds residence, playfully rearranging items in the upstairs rooms. The Jailer's Inn offers impromptu ghost tours daily. You can even snap a few photos in the front pillory. For a supernatural double feature, enjoy a bourbon at the nearby Talbot Tavern, believed to be haunted as well. Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Farnsworth House Inn. The Farnsworth House Inn, a historic dwelling constructed in 1810, bears witness to the grim realities of the Civil War. During the Battle of Gettysburg, it provided shelter to Confederate sharpshooters, including one who tragically killed the battle's sole civilian casualty. This building also served as a post-battle hospital, tending to the wounded. The property is now haunted by the spirit of an accidental victim and the souls of fallen soldiers. Whether you stay the night or not, don't miss the chance to take a ghost tour and savor a meal of period appropriate cuisine at the inn's restaurant. And the last one, Anchorage, Alaska. The historic Anchorage Hotel. The historic Anchorage Hotel is home to at least 3 ghosts. Guests have spotted the reflection of a slender bride, heard the laughter of a young boy, and ran into the spirit of the city's first police chief, who unfortunately died from prohibition. Ghost sightings occur frequently, and the hotel maintains a log for guests to document their paranormal encounters. It's a highlight of Anchorage's ghost tour, providing a spooky experience for those seeking an alternative to a less haunted hotel. And that's it for that one.
And I think that should do it for us tonight because I'm starting to get hungry
Okay.
and everything. Sorry we didn't get to the dreams, but we'll get to it next time. I don't know when, because all next week I'm going to be busy with my head so far up somewhere. I have a lot of appointments to deal with.
Yeah.
So I would have to say that will do it for us tonight. I am happy for you guys to have us back. I want to say thank you to our beautiful moderator that was very excited to hear that we're coming back live for tonight. She has been ecstatic. We've had 7 views, 4 currently viewers with 3 likes. Thank you. And we hope we can get some more coming this way. Plus, outside of that, we have 23 subscribers.
Yeah.
For our channel, which is great. So I'm gonna say good night. I'm Para Mike. That gothic lovely lady over there is.
I'm Paralor.
And I'm sorry our 3 podcast kitties didn't decide to make their appearance. I'm so sorry about that. But we'll see you all again in the paranormal universe. Just remember, if you got paranormal stuff happening, record it, DVR it with a handheld digital voice recorder, send it to us, and we'll take a listen to it and probably put it on the show.
Yeah.
And,
Why don't you give the email so people know?
hold on, I can do that right now. Where is it? What do I do with it? Oh, it's right there. I got like 4 things that I haven't used it lately. Email's right there. Everything Paranormal 2021 at gmail.com. And if you would like, you could be a guest on our show for free. And remember, swearing is allowed. You can swear as much as you like. We hold nothing back. Also, don't forget to check out this website as well. http://EPPS2021.great-site.net/enter.html, which would be great. Continue to please give thumbs up to our podcast show. It'll help it grow. And also become a subscriber. It is free. So without any ado, we say good night and keep it paranormal.